Sweet.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Alright, now let's order subs and wait for them before we play.
Alright.
And then after that, let's eat them and wait while we're eating. He's zoomed in. That's where we are.
Midgard. A vast and diverse continent of many wonders and adventures. A place where primal magic and culture are rich. The world as you know it, within the Viking village of Skalavik, just a small part of a large piece, sits west of the Brecker River, of which its streams and its currents flow south, as its waters run down from Fjalheim, which is up here. The great mountain range to the far north of you, and your understanding of the world. A place you have never been to and only seen in what seems to be an impossible distance away. To the north and south of your village, also along the river, lies two more Viking villages, Gatteland and Feldby, who both share in your deep beliefs of primal spirits and of the Viking ways and culture. To the west is a forest of pines that nearly surrounds your village and is plentiful with wild game and resources. Beyond that forest is the edge of your known world, a cliff that overlooks the Vester Sea. As much of the world is full of beauty and curiosity, it has its balance of danger and mystery. All types of creatures roam Midgard, whether they be beasts or monsters. You've encountered your fair share of things throughout your lives and time here, but you can't help but always feel that there's something more out there. A magnetism of energy that creates more opportunity and ways for bettering not only your life, but the life of your tribe and your people. That drives you. It holds true to your core that what is good for Skalavik is good for you. The spirits will provide and they will also take, but it is all part of a fate so deeply woven into Midgard by the primal magic that flows through every fiber of it, and all of it has brought you to here, your home. Stepping outside, you are met with a cool breeze from the north that welcomes the new day. Let me transition this into some different builds. Dude, this screen is insane. I'm like looking like Stepping outside, you are met with a cool breeze from the north that welcomes the new day. The sun you can see is low in the sky, but you can feel the slight warmth of its rays against your body. The low chatter and the bustling sounds of the people around you bring the day. The ground beneath you is made of stone and dirt, and it crunches and gives a strong resistance when you step upon it. As the warmth of the sun is blocked for but a moment by the clouds, you feel a brisk chill come over your body, a chill you are used to. It almost brings you comfort as you take a breath, and you can see it in a cloud rolling from your mouth. You take in the surroundings and hear wooden wagons as the wheels roll and creak, hauling hay, and a horse hooves clacking against the coarse ground. Metal clanks in the distance, and you know a forge is hot with iron. Chickens cluck and you hear a pig grunting about in a pen, and you watch the members of your tribe begin to walk toward the long hall. The Jarl means to address the tribe today, so you begin to make strides towards the long hall as well. You can see the very typical clothing of a Viking is what most everyone wears, kind of basic tunics, leather type pants or furs. The time of year now is kind of pushing towards like fall, maybe the middle of fall. So it's kind of brisk. You guys have pretty mild summers and fall seasons. Winters are usually a little bit more harsh and intense. Everyone you see here, though, you know on a personal level, a bond much like that of a family, and it is shared mutually among all members. And much like a family can be, you do have your quarrels and your gripes with some people that are within the village. And there are some people that are just not easy to get along with, but nonetheless, they are your people. You feel warm and safe among your people in this tribe, and you are home. Welcome to Skalavik. So, very quickly, just to give you guys a brief summary of everything so you can kind of see it. This here is the Brecka River. On the other side, there is land, and it does go further. However, this, even though the map only depicts there being pines only to the west, so that's north that you're looking at right now. The map really shows west of all the woods and stuff. You can see all that water and shit beyond. That's just because the map's not fully created. But your village is kind of set inside of the forest that kind of borders the bank here. This over here as well has a bit of a clearing. There's still some construction that could be going on here, but there is a lumber mill that that is going to be placed over here. Most of your guys' village is, it's only as
The lumber mill is in construction in this, or actually in the canyon?
actually in the game. So this has been cleared to put a lumber mill in, essentially. So let me start from this way. You know that this over here is essentially where Boktash lives. Boktash is Karchesky's character. This is essentially a animal farm of sorts. That's because the thing is set very high up. Move this down a little bit. I guess I could start here too. This is your little dock that you have here. There's just this little, basically, dock shed, essentially. The tribe itself has 3 boats. These are to be used and taken at your leisure whenever you want. You know that the individual that runs this and is the dock worker here is Agrun. That's Aigrun. I think that's also in your guys' lore book. This is the animal farm, essentially. It has a little corral inside of it. There's a brief little pasture that can be used because the grass is good here before it starts to turn into beach and stone and such. Boktash primarily just grows a lot of grain stuff here, and then tends to all of the animals that are within his little farm. Then when you go a little further this way, this is kind of a shared little spot. There are a couple of chickens. This is a mock coop for right now because I couldn't find one. But they kind of feed inside of this, and you guys, Boktash along with Torben, who runs this farm here. This is the main farm. Also in your guys' lore guide that you have, it'll tell you that you guys are the biggest contributor for produce amongst all 3 of the villages. So that's kind of why. I know this doesn't seem like a ton and really big, but for your guys' culture and the culture of the other villages surrounding you, this is actually a lot. And you guys are very, very well off when it comes to the winters, and you guys play a huge role in the survival of not only your guys' village, but the other villages based on how much produce you create a year. It's mostly gourd type plants, bless you. Gourd type plants, you're making zucchini and squash and pumpkins and shit like that for vegetables because of the terrain that's here. But you're also able to produce a lot of wheat and other lettuce type of things, onions, such like that. Fruit, not so much. The environment just doesn't really test for it. And then a lot of potatoes as well come from you guys. This here is a shared building. I'm not gonna go into the buildings much. They are all done and fleshed out, so you can look inside of them. But there are several villagers that actually live here. Brodir being one of them. Brodir is Jared's character. Brodir, the farm is run by Torben, who is also a very, very large Goliath. And there are some other villagers that work on that farm that I'm not gonna get all into right now, but go a little further here. This is just a storehouse, essentially. Wood, grain, whatever else. And then this is the Bowyer slash Fletcher's house, which is Sigrid, Jerry's character. Lives there by himself, essentially. This is the Long Hall here, also referred to as Skullheim, which is basically just taking the first part of your village and then adding the Norse pronunciation or translation of home to the end of it. These are several villages, like villagers' houses. Like I said, we'll get into more of who lives there. Here's your guys' blacksmith that is run by Kane, which is Schaub's character. There are some more houses here along the edge. And then this is basically your guys' herbalist or alchemist. Here you can go to for tonics or whatever stuff. That would be Steiner, which is Deluse's character. This little hut in the back here that has a tree that was once growing through it, here, this is Seer Ko's hut. And that is where we will leave that for now. We're just going to start right there. Oh, I'm glad you changed that to the combat thing. I didn't even think to do that.
Jerry's got you, don't worry.
As you get closer now to the Long Hall itself, known as Skalaheim, you admire it as you approach. The craftsmanship of wood is unique to your people. A great big A-frame building with beautifully inlaid wooden carvings of runes going along the beams. Walking up to the double doors leading inside, you can smell burning wood and kind of a hint of stale ale. You hear the little chatter among the other villagers, and everyone piles into the hall, taking seats on the benches and standing around, awaiting to be greeted by the Jarl. Looking around, the village seems to be all here and waiting. A table is kind of set in the back of the hall. It has cups and horns of ale on it, and you can see several people kind of already making their way over there and drinking as they wait. Two things you drink here: ale and water. There may be some people, I'd say, maybe like Steiner, that would probably introduce teas or something of some sort at one point or another, just because of his knowledge of some herbs and what they can be mixed with. But for the most part, like, it just boils down to water and ale, milk as well, but the milk isn't as plentiful as water or ale would be, and milk kind of gets used for other things at times. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter if it's 8 in the morning or 8 at night. Basically, most of the time, if you're drinking something, it's either going to be ale or water. Entering the room now, you can see an orc. Deep green skin, broad shoulders, muscular physique. It is Jarl Ragnvald. Your Jarl, and the leader of the tribe. His head has a large scar on the left side, and it looks like a piece of his skull might even slightly be missing. If you look long enough, but not many do, you can see the scar on the side of the head there on that left side. The story of the scar is that a wolf bit into his head, nearly killing him when he was quite young. And you can see 2 tusks that he has protruding from his kind of lower jaw, and they're kind of out. You can see on his shoulders, he now wears a wolf pelt over his shoulders. That same wolf that bit into his skull. Right now, he has a light fur jacket that you can see he takes off and sets on his throne at the front of the end of the hall there. You can see where he came from inside of here was actually behind where the throne is. That would actually be good if I showed you guys that. I know some of you already went into this and looked, but just to give you guys.
I would have. I didn't realize I could. I thought I was gonna get yelled at.
No, I gave you access so you could look, but it's all right. This is hard to do from here.
There you go.
Got a whole ass pig.
Down a little further. We'll zoom out. So you can see behind here, essentially. So these banners that you're looking at, this is actually going to be like your guys' emblem. And son of a bitch, I left it upstairs. But there's a picture of it in the Discord that I showed you guys, of like basically what your insignia looks like, and that's basically this. But behind this is his living quarters, essentially. He lives inside of the Long Hall, obviously. But you guys have kind of all gathered in here. Everybody begins to take their seats at these tables.
What's the map thing in the back corner? Is that actually there?
Yes. it's basically showing you like what I showed you on that map.
Was
like,
that like
what
a?
it is.
Is that just in his room, or is it
Yeah,
like a?
it's in his room. It's like for him to use.
Oh, maybe we had a war room.
Yeah, it's his room.
He's just sleeping while we're planning what we're doing.
He takes that light jacket off and sets it on the throne behind him. The throne made of wood with several runes carved into it. The arms and legs have these large carvings, and then at the top of the chair you can see the tribe symbol is embedded into it. As he removes his jacket, you can see his neck is tattooed much like the chair itself, going up kind of both sides, and then in the middle part of his neck is the actual sigil of your guys' tribe. You can see sitting beside him is his wife, Katala. She is this kind of thick-built, raven-haired woman, human. She wears her hair in this kind of long braid that reaches the small of her back, even in a braid. She wears it kind of this tighter leather armor, or not armor, but it's more of just like clothing, but it's a little bit thicker than just normal pants or a shirt would be. And you can see fur adorning her shoulders. Jarl Ragnvald, at this point, raises his hand and the chatter in the room slowly kind of fades. You can see stepping into the hall at this point also and making his way up to the front as the Jarl speaks is Zalfjorn. Zalfjorn is the Jarl's son. He's a half-orc, also has a kind of strong build to him. You can see his hair, obviously, because the Jarl himself is bald. He does not have hair at all. He just kind of has like a little bit of a beard to him. But as Zalfjorn makes his way in, he has a kind of black top knot on his head with the sides of his head shaved. Well-kept kind of beard clings to his face, and he makes his way up to his father's side, but to the back kind of obediently as he listens to his father address the tribe. As you all know, summer is coming to an end, and we must work even harder to make sure we are well fed and warm this winter. Only the spirits know what cold awaits us, and we hope by their will it is not too harsh a winter. Torben, how is the harvest? Are our reserves good? You see at this point a Goliath kind of with this big round belly, still large and visibly muscular man, just kind of sitting there enjoying his ale and food a bit more than most probably, just sitting there scarfing down as he's listening. You can see he's bald and kind of dirty in his face, his arms, like even up to his elbows, and up on his shoulder, his chest a little bit. He has just kind of like very dirty tunic that he wears as well. You can see him kind of like push his chair back and like stand up a little bit. Yes, Lord, we'll at least have more than enough to endure a decent winter. Spirits willing. Very good. Everyone, do what you can, as always, be sure to survive. And be sure we all survive. The spirits are with us and it shows. Our beliefs are strong, and it does not go unnoticed. We all know that when winter is here, the hard work we do now pays off. To mark the end of summer, we will feast in our hall tonight. We will share in a good meal and give thanks to the spirits so that we may bolster our strength in preparation for the hard work that we will do. The floor is open to any who wish to speak now. If not, begin your preparations for the feast. At this point, the hall falls kind of silent before some slight chatter picks up. Everyone kind of looks amongst each other, and everyone begins to make their way out of the hall itself. At this point, if everyone would, even though we have your art and everything, just kind of go around the table, describe your character's appearance, how they're perceived by the village as a member of it, kind of your job and role within the village, and then what you can kind of be seeing, like doing day to day, anything unique or interesting the tribe would know about you, and anything you want to share. Your weapons, whatever it is. Start with Kane.
Alright, Kane, that guy, he's like greenish tinted orc, longer red hair, usually keeps up in like a ponytail-ish. He's the blacksmith of the village, the tribe. A lot of time is spent there working on whatever projects anyone needs him to. He's not doing that, and he's also just kind of helping out wherever he can. He has a lot of, like, he's very grateful for the village and the people who have taken him in. So he just helps whoever he can, whether he goes to the farm or wherever. Yeah. He wears a lot of runic, like stone. He has like a stone necklace with a bunch of runic stones on him. Otherwise, he wears pretty minimalist.
Your weapon? What do you have for a weapon?
He carries around a big great sword with runes etched in it.
Alright. Boktash.
Boktesh is a tall male. He's somewhat elvish in appearance, but not quite. So he's sort of pseudo-hybrid between
Shaking really quick.
a elf and a human. You guys would probably just perceive him more elfish. He's got his white hair, sides of his head are shaved, but he's got a thick knot of hair that goes down a ponytail about halfway down his back. He's pretty tall, skinny. He's the shepherd for the village. He farms a little bit of wheat just to take care of the animals, feed them, and then obviously whatever else probably goes back for producing ale, things like that. He wears a cloak around most of the time, but he's got some just like leather tunic type stuff on, pants. He wears sandals, carries a quarterstaff with him. You kind of see him use it as like a walking stick most of the time. He's pretty young, so he's not like frail or anything, but just keeps it on him at all times. And then he kind of has like a stone tablet that's kind of slung around his waist that he has with him at all the time too. Most people probably have no idea what's in it, but there's just like carvings in general. Over time, people who he's probably closer with may have noticed some tattoos showing up on him, which are just kind of like these faint blue lines on his body in different places. But in general, he came in as an outsider several years ago. A woman took him in, and she passed, so he took over her stead. He's pretty well regarded around the village, but he often keeps to himself. A lot of people don't know much about him, but there's a pretty good reason for that, because he might not know so much about himself either.
That's like deep.
Sigrid.
Yeah, so Sigrid is the voyeur of the village. So you'll catch him a lot in his home or outside of his home, both creating or working on his archery skills. He's a collector, so he'll go out, he'll collect different types of wood, different materials that he can make new bows or different little prototypes for arrows. He really helps the hunters of the village, which is what his father was, or is one of the hunters of the village. So it's part of that. Normally he'll just be walking around in light leathers, or if he's going out on an expedition somewhere, he'll put on some heavier light leather armor.
And also to be noted, Sigrid and Cain are kind of like adopted brothers. Sigrid's parents took Cain in when he was very little. Just so everybody has that knowledge as well. The big man Brodier?
Brodier is tall, bald, and ugly, first off. He's pretty scary. He's pretty much covered from head to toe in scars, because he used to be a slave and then was adopted into the village because they saved him. He also has a maul. He's one of the farmers. He's just like a helping hand or whatever, and that's about it. He also stays away from like everybody and doesn't really talk much.
All right. Yeah, Steiner is average height. He has his hair mostly shaved except for brown mohawk and his beard. Just wears fur cloak, regular village clothes. He's herbalist in the village. He's often in the nearby forest collecting herbs, maybe sometimes venturing a little further than he should. He's maybe a little bit odd and strange. but also outgoing and sometimes ending up in some mischief. He carries around a staff as well as his supplies for collecting different herbs. He also works to use those herbs to create different salves or tonics that the villagers might need to recover from sickness or to feel better or to help prevent infection. I think that's about it. As far as everybody knows, he's born here.
And Steiner, as well as Sigrid and Kane, both have their parents still living within the village. Those will come to light, or you'll be introduced to them when the time comes. But I think that we're good there. So, sorry if that's giving me away. That's good. All right, so you guys all begin to go back to your respective homes and do your own preparations for whatever feast may be taking place tonight. Now, as far as the feast goes too, you know, like it's not this. There's a difference in your culture and your tribe between just like a feast and an actual like festival of some sort. The only festivals that you really have, you may have or do like 2 a year, maybe 3 if there's some sort of special occasion or event. Usually. There are some ceremonies that take place. It's like a pretty high honor within this Viking kind of culture, where you will receive your kind of armband to show that you are like a prevalent contributor or like warrior to the tribe itself. And that it, even though like you bust your ass and like you work hard every day, like it's like a status above like the rest basically, you know. But that like if that were to occur, there would be a festival just in place just for that. But most of the time, it's either something to celebrate like some time within the winter that you guys find appropriate, whether it be the beginning of it or towards the end of it or somewhere in the middle where it's like, you know, we're doing good and we want to just boost morale type of thing. So a festival kind of takes place. That'll usually just be called the Yule, or a Yule, but it's just Y-U-L-E. And then within the summer months, I'm losing the, I don't remember what. Okay. If anybody has that.
Soultide.
Yes, Soultide. S-O-L-T-I-D-E. That's usually like a summertime warmer type of festival. But you guys always try to do at least 1 or 2 a year. But this is very different. This is just like a big, large village meal that doesn't really happen like a lot. Like most of the time, as far as food goes within the village, like there might be some stuff that gets made or prepared some days within the hall itself. But there's no like official like cooks or servants that do stuff like that, so it's a little different from what you might perceive Viking culture normally to be, where there's a lot of like these slaves and servants that are doing a lot of the work around the actual village itself, like making food, tending to things, you know, taking care of young, whatever it may be. But for you guys, everybody does their own role and parts, but also a part of the grand scheme of things in the bigger picture. You do your part there as well. So this is like a little bit of a special event where you guys are kind of going to do like a little feast and kind of all get together, boost morale. Like the Jarl understands it's going to be tough and wants to kind of give you guys a little bit of strength going forward and give some homage to the spirits. So you guys all know individually you're going to have to do your own thing or whatever it may be for preparation. So for you, Sigrid, you return to your home. Your nice little A-frame cabin that you have here, adorned on the inside with your supplies of whatever the hell is my, where did it go? A little green, oh, it's all the way the fuck up here, too. Inside of your cabin here, you find that there are several things that keep you busy, whether it be bows or fletching more arrows. But you know that Falden is a member of the tribe here. He is a dwarven individual. Is going to be stopping by, so you two can actually go out hunting today. Even though your father typically is the one that would do that most of the time, he's been trying to push you into that direction of doing the same. he said, just kind of like, and I'm sure you've been hunting and out before, so it's not anything different, but for the most part, you do like to be within the village, doing your work, whether it be the arrows or stringing up more bows and having things ready for the tribe, whether they need them. And you actually yourself find a lot of profit in doing this because other villagers and stuff, come to the village for trade from other places, and they come to look to you for some of your work and get arrows from you or bows made from you. So it's not that you're just doing it for here, but for the most part you do a lot of preparation for the village itself and making sure the people that hunt within this village, being basically Falden, you, and your father, the three of you, making sure that you're well supplied and prepared to go out hunting. So you begin to prepare for that. You begin grabbing a few arrows to place within your quiver, checking the tension on some of the bows, even kind of tightening some of them up, loosening some of them even. In the back of your actual home as well, you have some targets that you would go back to here and there. This, I do believe, is Falden. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Falden back there. But maybe an hour and a half or so passes. You might be sitting there kind of fletching a few arrows after the gathering at Skalavik. At your door you hear this kind of slight knock, and as the knock is occurring, the door is opening almost in sync. In walks Falden, dwarf. He stands about 4'7" or so. His hair is kind of black and gray, put up in a top knot, like at the upper part of it, but the rest of it's kind of just sitting and resting at his shoulders. He has this kind of big dwarven nose on the front, strong kind of jaw, thinner facial features for a dwarf than most. He has a pretty good frame, and it's kind of thinner, not as bulbous as most of the other dwarves that you're going to see around your village are, but he kind of just walks in. Sigrid, you ready?
Hey, Falden. He goes over and he gives him a little arm
Classic.
shake.
Yep.
Yeah, just grabbing the rest of my things. We can head out.
Alright.
I'll string a quiver over his shoulder and grab one of his bows.
Alright. At this point, gathering your things, you begin heading west into the woods that surround Skalavik. You can see, while within the woods themselves, you come across a few animals. Everything that's this close to the village itself is very skittish. It doesn't really take much of a rocket scientist to realize that the closer they are to the actual village itself, the more leery they are of things, and they try to stay a little bit away from all of the sound and the noise and things going on. So
Does Bro carry the rabbit with him everywhere, or is it just like...
it's ready to go. He always has a rabbit. It's lucky, dude. Don't you know it's lucky? You think a rabbit's foot's lucky?
It's got two legs for
It's
sure.
the same one too. It's pretty bad.
He's holding bones at this point.
How do they stay together? Got them strung up.
You can smell the sap and the pine needles as you travel through. You can feel this breeze kind of flowing around the branches, and the sun peeks through the grid canopy of the forest almost that the pines project. Not much, if anything, is said between you and Falden as you're hunting, so being quiet is important. The two of you kind of look at each other every now and then and do possible, like, very basic hand signals of, like, stop or, like, look over there. But for the most part, as you travel through these pines and further into them, Falden has shot about 7 or so times that you've been through here with no success. You've just kind of been sitting back patiently, waiting and watching. He's roughly 10 strides out in front of you at this point, and you guys are, for the most part, traversing pretty well through the woods. You're not any stranger to them by any means. There are some paths that have been made just from, like, the basic routes that somebody will take to get out of the village to start, but then it kind of turns into this more of a rougher landscape and terrain to kind of traverse through. So you're having to like move branches out of the way, duck under branches. Like some of them are very dense and packed together tightly. So there's a lot of maneuvering that goes through, as well as watching where you're stepping and your footing, while also at the same time being vigilant of what's going on around you, because there are creatures out here that want to kill you. There are, you know, animals that are scary out here that, you know, if you run into them by yourself, even just two of you, can be dangerous. So, saying that, you get a little further into the woods at this point. Like I said, he's roughly 10 strides out in front of you at this point, and you watch him stop just like dead in his tracks. This is like a good, you know, hour, 2 hours of you guys just traversing through the forest. You know, you're watching a lot of the wildlife around here, and much of it that you see, there are a ton of rabbits, kind of smaller deer this time of year. They don't seem to be fully like grown at this point. You don't really see much for like tracks in the ground, as the ground itself is a little bit more hard and compact out here. But nonetheless, you do see a good bit of the wildlife that you're used to kind of seeing around here. There are a lot of like doves, kind of like quail that are also around. They're just a lot more skittish and hard to, you know, pin down. But as you watch him kind of stop dead in his tracks and crouch down, you can see him going to like knock an arrow, and he's kind of fumbling. You can see that there's like a bit of like excitement to him. It doesn't seem like fear. It's almost like this. Like, he's like trying to like fumble and like knock an arrow. So if you would make a perception check for me. First roll, campaign 3.
Here
First
it is.
roll, natural one. Oh, that's pretty good. Perception?
Yes.
17.
17. You can see as
Determines
Falden
the
is
whole
kind of like sitting there fumbling the bow and the arrow. He's kind of like crouched down a little bit to the side, and you can see he's like standing next to a tree basically, and you watch him kind of like tuck into it and start like going to grab an arrow, and he's like trying to knock it, like looks back at you quick. You watch him actually drop the arrow for a second, and like he like stops and like looks up, and as you can see him like looking, you're trying to like track where it is, and you're just panning through the forest because all of the greens and the browns, everything mixed together. It's hard to really just like pinpoint something down super fast without it actually moving. You start to track, and you can see this kind of clearing, maybe I'd say 30, 40 or so feet into the actual forest. Like it's close where you can see this clearing, and then just on the other side of the clearing, there's just like this big brown bit of fur that you can see, and you're trying to figure out exactly what it is, and you kind of track over a little bit more. You start to see horns and kind of like antlers coming off. You're just kind of standing there, bow in one hand. You kind of have like your bow. Like how would you say you typically like carry your bow? Like if you're in like just kind of like a ready state, not like fully ready to shoot. Like
If he's ready, he would probably have an arrow just holding off in one hand, and he's just got his bow like kind of tucked towards in front of him.
All right, so holding the bow in one, the arrow in the other, you're kind of starting to pan, and you're seeing him kind of get frantic. So you're starting to kind of knock it already because you just take it from that hand instead of digging around in your quiver, because doing that causes you to possibly fumble it like you saw him do. And he's not by any means not incompetent. He's just not as skilled as you are,
and then
basically.
drop the arrow. I'm just saying.
Taking the arrow, you just kind of knock it. You find that brown bit of fur, and as you're finding it, you're already like coming up on target because you can see what it is. You just don't know fully like what creature you're looking at yet. But once you start to see the horns, you start to like get the bow lined up, and you're kind of looking, trying to figure out what's what. You see the horns, so you kind of make your way up towards that to see the face, and you can see this large kind of bull elk is looking over at you. A kill that would be once every several months, or like even a year possibly. So as you have it kind of locked down in your sight and you're looking at it, you can see it kind of just like looking right where Falden just like kind of dropped the arrow, to where you know like any slight movement further or anything that would spook it, even like a strong wind might cause it to go. You kind of look up towards the face, and you're looking at the actual elk itself.
So Sigrid is going to line up the best he can towards the heart and lungs, depending on like what side he's looking at. So if it's like more towards the front, he'll aim towards like the heart area. If it's towards the side, he'll aim towards like the lungs.
Got it.
And as he does that, he'll like whisper under his breath some runic incantations, and his arrow starts to glow like kind of with like a dark smoky, shadowy glow as he unleashes the arrow towards
Alright.
the elk.
Go ahead and roll the
He
hit.
just shoots an explosive arrow at it, blows it up. We see like a mushroom cloud.
What is that?
It was a dummy planted with TNT inside of it.
It was a polymorph beholder.
16.
16, that'll hit. Roll damage.
Alright, also, so I used a shadow arrow. So the
Okay.
creature hit by this arrow will take an extra 2d6 psychic damage.
Alright.
You guys ever heard the sound an elk makes?
Yeah.
They're so cool.
Dude, his brain's about to fucking melt.
8 damage, and he needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Don't have decks out.
What the hell, dude? We're about to have
We're
6
playing
combats
D&D.
here, bro.
7.
That's a fail, so he needs to make, he'll be unable to see anything further than 5 feet away until the start of my next turn.
I don't think you're gonna have to track the blood on this guy. I think he might just be smoked. I'm gonna be honest.
He's just gonna run straight into a tree.
That's what I'm saying.
I think he might just go down from an arrow. I don't know.
8 damage, that's not that
They're so cool.
That sound goes off as he's like looking at Falden. You let the arrow kind of fly. You can see the black kind of smoke trailing behind it as it finds purchase, like basically right above the shoulder, a little closer to the chest area, as it's kind of standing there looking at you kind of broadside. It gets hit and you hear it let out like a loud yelp again. And as it does, you watch it kind of like rear up and like go to move and like look around, but it looks like it's kind of flustered. And then you watch it take like 3 or 4 steps before it actually just comes to the ground, falling in place.
That's like $10,000 right there.
I'll look over to
Stuff are so
Falden and
expensive.
just put my hand on his shoulder.
Yeah, he just kind of like takes his head up.
It's down right over there.
He just kind of like goes in and grabs your arm and like pulls you in. He's like just like stepping over shit to like get over to it like, as fast as he can. He kind of walks over and like is just like looking around it. He kind of takes his bow and gives it a good like poke a couple of times and waits. Pokes it a couple more. You can see your arrow sitting like cleanly in the side.
You guys bring the RV to bring it, or the fucking 4-wheeler? That just makes it so much easier.
I just drag it back.
Right.
How are we gonna get this back?
Start dressing it here. It'll be easier. I've got a couple of these. He kind of reaches down and has some like almost burlap sacks that he kind of starts to open up. You can see he's got tied onto his belt. He starts to kind of open them. Just starts to go and dress it right there and like pull some of the innards, like the guts basically out, and just throw those over to the side. Starts to clean the meat and starts to finally like kind of cut the actual like hide of it off as best he can. Not something you're super familiar with doing. Like you could definitely field dress it, but taking the actual like hide off is probably a little bit more of a leather working type of aspect of things. But he seems familiar enough with it. You can see he cuts it a couple of times and like it gets a little scuffed up, but
What the fuck?
you guys don't have like a formal like leather worker type of individual here. You do know that Feltby is a little more tailored towards things like that. However you keep going about it. It takes probably a good hour and a half to 2 hours, probably even more. So at this point you've been out of the village for 5 or so hours. By the time that you've gone out, found this elk, shot it, started to dress it and go about that. So as the two of you are kind of sitting there dressing the elk itself, you can see that he's got basically most of the hide kind of flipped back and done over. Cuts open the inside, all that's out, and starts like taking the meat. And the meat's what he's putting into the actual like sacks himself. He has like a little thing of water that he's holding that he just kind of like sprinkles onto some of it at sometimes and like rubs some dirt or something off of it and just drops it back in. Just pretty busy doing that, and you're basically just hands like helping him, like, all right, like I'll grab that, and then there's some spots where you can see where you cut. Don't know about the legs though. Might have to chop those clean off if we want to take them.
Good meat.
I don't have anything to chop them off with besides this little knife here, so.
Alright, well, I mean,
Twist and pop.
between the two of us, we might have to drag her back. Most of it, all those guts and stuff coming out. She's still gonna be heavy as shit.
Yeah, I mean, we can make it back, I'm sure.
Might take us a little bit of time, but I think it'd be worth it. If anything, we get back and we're a little winded, maybe we'll stop halfway and try and recruit some help.
Sounds good to me.
Alright, I'll tie off his back, you tie off the front, and we'll meet in the middle. He kind of goes to the back legs and starts
Take some rope and
tying
tie
it
him
off.
up. Yeah.
Alright. You know for sure that this elk that you have gathered is a very, very good contribution to the feast, and it will definitely be a most welcomed one.
Yes. Only wish we had a bag of holding.
Alright. Back in the village, Kane, you begin to head back to your home. Once you make it back, you can see right by the forge, standing in wait as you're expecting, Thorsten. Thorsten is a dragonborn of average size, but his forearms are very disproportionate to his body. He kind of wears this long sleeve brown tunic that you can see is rolled up about like mid-arm or so, and you can see the threads are the threads are just like barely hanging on and starting to fray. There's no spikes or fins on his head itself. He does have a tattoo going down the center of his head. It's just basically a tattoo of runes, all of them relating basically to combat. Runes of protection, war. He has a tattoo kind of peeking through his chest that you can see takes up most of his torso. The top of it kind of just looks like a little bit of like tree branches or something, where it could be like spider webs. Like it's one of those things that you've looked at and tried to like gather, understand what it was, but it just more looks like tree branches. As you start to walk up, you can see him, like I said, standing in wait next to your forge. Running behind, are we? You can see the work stacking up around here. Not getting lazy on me, are you?
No, I'm not.
You can see there's definitely work to do, but it's not out of hand by any means, and you know you can handle it. He's just giving you shit, and you know that. Ever since you took over, he just kind of gets bored, basically. Visits at least one time a day and bullshits. Good. Knew I left this place in good hands. You might be an ugly son of a bitch, but you know what you're doing, that's for certain. Kind of reaches over and grabs the sword and kind of looks at it. Just sets it back down. If you see Frey running around, tell her to head home. She's filthy. We need to wash her up before feasting tonight. Thorsten gets up and begins walking away. You know where to find me. As he's walking away and his voice trails off, you see he walks with a little bit of a limp, and you know that to be an old fighting injury. At this point, the forge is yours, and there's always work to be done around the village. What is it that you think you'd be doing right now?
I don't know if I have like a log of work that needs to be done, or people just like tell me shit.
I'd say that is up to you on how you would want it to be run. Like if you would want to have your own log of how you would create some sort of workbook, or if it's just like people, like you said, people just bringing you stuff and you doing it as it comes, or.
I'd probably write it down.
Okay. I'd say looking at your logbook, you can see that the Jarl has left his blades with you, essentially just to sharpen them up, make sure that they're all good. There's also Gimdal. Gimdal is basically the Jarl's right-hand man in a way. He's easily the most skilled fighter within the village itself. He definitely has a reputation to him. All three of the swords are quite similar. The hand wrap is a little bit different on some of them, and you can see that the edge on the Jarl's blades, you can see like you inspecting it, looking at it as like a blacksmith, just by the way that like one side of the blade itself, like you can see it probably gets sheathed the same way every time, but there's one side of it where it's like almost like the way that he fights and his fighting style, like one side of it gets dulled way more than the other one does. Like the other one still has like a pretty sharp edge to it, but the other one kind of has like little chips and scuffs to it, and definitely needs a little bit of like grinding and work done to it, whether it be like very, very fine with a whetstone or grinding it out tough with a stone first and then taking it to like do the finer details of it. Other than those 3 blades, everything else seems to be like work that you're slowly working on. There are some things that you are asked to do by people that have other jobs within the village where they might ask you to like forge a tiny hammer or like forge like farming tools or something of the sort. But as far as like work goes that you would be able to do right now and would feel most time sensitive would be the blades of those 2 individuals.
Okay. What metals do I primarily work with?
It's mostly iron. Iron is like the biggest metal that you guys have. And right now, as far as like tracking resources goes, we're gonna hold off on that for a little bit just before, until we get in the swing of things. But you at least have enough to do like basic stuff that you would have to.
Where do we get our iron from?
Gatland. Gatland is the biggest contributor of mining type like minerals, whether it be ores or stone, other gems, possibly even.
Gats.
I'll probably just get right to work, sharpening their blades, keeping an eye out for Frey.
If you could, just make a tools check, like a blacksmithing tools check, and then add your proficiency, obviously. So it's just D20 plus your proficiency, and then we'll do dexterity.
Don't roll a natural 1, dude. Just be your
Alright.
first roll.
Kind of assume that because of my like rune stuff, I always have runes active for myself.
Yep.
Usually they'll be the ones on the necklace. They'll be like kind of glowing, like whatever symbols, like fire and cloud are the ones I really use right now.
Okay.
And while I have the fire rune, I may get advantage on like tool checks I'm proficient with. So what would be 4 or 15?
15?
Yeah.
Okay. Easy enough, simple enough work. You just take your time doing it and don't try to like rush it by any means.
Do I have like any sort of like rudimentary, like primitive like grinder or something? Like
Whetstone?
yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
You
for
definitely
sure.
would need one.
I'd say that you would need one, so you'd have one for sure.
Leather
It's something that you
straps.
probably would have got from Gatland as well. It's basically just a big ass stone on a little bit of like a wood handle that you can.
How's
spin
that guy
and turn.
making tools while he's by the target dummies? What's going on here, dude?
I think it was like
Billy's gonna hate this fucking thing by the time we're done.
And you,
I usually hate you.
He already hates me. I just need to just.
as
I
you're
gotta
sitting
make him
at
hate other
the
things.
forge itself, you kind of sit down at the stone. You have like a bucket of water next to you that you'll kind of dip the blade in every now and then, or oil rather, that you would put the blade in and kind of bring it up towards the stone, moving it around. You feel like on the back of your armor, like this little like tug. You feel it like a couple of times. You turn around and you can see Frey. She's like 3 feet tall maybe. She's small, this kind of silver dragonborn. You can see she has this like colorful kind of dress on as far as colors would go. Young dragonborn girl. You know that she's about 5 years old or so maybe. She is Thorsten's granddaughter. You know that his son was killed in a battle, and that her mother died during childbirth, so he kind of just like takes over and takes care of her. What you doing?
I'm working.
What you working on?
These blades.
Whose are they?
You ask a lot of questions.
Yeah? What of it?
They're for the Jarl and his son, or his warriors.
Ooh, can I see? She kind of like goes to like reach
Hey,
and
hey,
grab
hey,
it.
hey.
Oh.
You will cut yourself. Careful.
And then she walks over to the table, and you can see her like this, like kind of looking up on it at the stuff that's there.
What's she refer to Thorsten as? She like call him like
She just calls him Grandpa.
your grandpa was looking for you.
Oh,
He said you were stinky.
you're stinky.
Got him. A whole blade.
He wants you to go home.
All right. Well, we'll see you later, Kane. Can I have
Sure.
this? She just points to like an axe on the table.
No, you cannot have that.
All
But
right, fine.
hold on, I made you something.
Oh.
It's just like a little toy trinket carved out of stone.
Aw, thank you. She like kind of like puts her head against you really quick and then does a little like skip away.
Throw the axe at another kid. It's like, put an apple on your
You all show up and you're like, oh my god, what happened? You look and you're like,
Not my axe.
I know where that axe is. Alright.
Finish my axe.
There's not
Comes to the
really much
feast missing a hand.
that you, as far as agreeing to the feast, can do, but you know that what work you have to do is still important and needs to get done. Alright, Bromir. Once the meeting is done, you kind of saunter off to the farm. As you know, there is work to be done and you're gonna have to do things. Most of the time you really don't need to be told like what to do, and you know that, and I think Torben knows it, but when he sees you most of the time he just tells you like what needs to get done. As you're making your way back, you can see Oberyn. Oberyn is one of the farmhands as well, who you know well. He's a fat human, kind of dark black shoulder
I'm
length hair.
telling you right now, Billy, send me all of the farmers. Every single one was fat.
One of them is not.
A gluttony issue over there with all the food.
We got all the food. We're just
Kind
like
of this dark black shoulder length hair, kind of sits behind this straw hat.
I probably start like harvesting shit because we got the thing going on. Actually, I wanted to harvest the pumpkins, but thank you.
No problem.
Some big pumpkins.
You can see the others that are within the farming trade here as well. Oberyn being one of them. Tilly is the other one as well. And Hjarld. Hjarld is also another human individual that works on the farm here.
What size is he?
He's about 6 foot, average build.
Not
Bit more
fat.
on the wiry
That's
side. Torben as well. So I mean, there's basically 5 of you that work just on the farm itself. So that in itself says something about how much work there is for you guys to do and kind of get done. There are maybe like, there might be one horse that actually is used and trained enough to like even do anything with the farm, but like your guys' technology of like agricultural things is just so archaic that you're not really using like
I got a wagon of
horse-drawn plows. It's basically just a wagon that a horse would pull. You guys don't have plows that the horse would do. It's more of just the wagon itself.
that. I'm down.
All of the plowing is basically done by hand.
Shit got wild real quick.
As you said, you do know that you are going to be harvesting some things, so you kind of start making your way over to do so. You can see Oberyn, as I said, kind of wearing his worn kind of black tunic. He's attempting to load a bale of wheat onto a wagon itself. You can see the wagon's kind of tipped back, and he's trying to like pick it up and put it onto there. After seeing him doing that,
Is he struggling?
He is struggling for sure.
I'll just walk over, put it in the thing.
You walk over, and with ease, one hand kind of just grab like where the rope is.
I'm not gonna grab it with two hands. I'm not gonna make him feel bad.
You grab the rope, both hands, and just kind of like pick it up and set it into the back. After doing so, you just continue walking as you hear him. Do you have something else to do? I was doing just fine. Torben sees you and grins. Standing 7 foot tall, a jovial smile on a large framed Goliath, his belly kind of sticking out from under his long sleeve shirt. He takes his dirty filled and calloused hand up to his bald head, kind of before waving at Oberyn while still looking at you. You know he appreciates it. Just a grouchy bastard. As you get close enough, he grabs you by your shoulders and kind of pulls you in. Him being the only one who really ever gives you any sort of direct attention, basically. Everybody else, for the most part, just kind of lets you do your thing and go about your day. Grabs you by the shoulders and pulls you in. Kind of gives like a smack to your chest. You can feel his calloused and large hand smack against.
Stops my heart. I already died.
The spirits give us another day of life, my boy. Let's not waste it. Work needs to be done. Get to the field without question and prepare a new row for crops as you harvest the ones that are already there. After you finish the field, bring in some of the harvest. We can prepare it for the feast. Quick enough, you take all of the pumpkins up from the little patch that's right here. It's quite a bit. Some of them you probably could have been able to keep, but nonetheless, you kind of pull them out. And a lot of what you guys will do here is basically just like mash these into a big old mushy bowl, essentially. Throw some herbs and some seasoning possibly into it and just eat it as it is.
Sounds lovely.
The only thing you really cut off from it would be like the top and a little bit of the bottom of it.
I'll be eating the top.
Yeah, people will. After that's done and you kind of load them up into the wagon, you can see Oberyn is using the horse over to the other side to kind of pull some of the wheat around to one of the storehouses to bale it into there. You just take the wagon and kind of grab both ends of it with this kind of like exhale as you're almost like deadlifting. It's just kind of like this, and then you just pick up and start to walk. You can see the wheels of the wagon kind of like digging up dirt because of the weight of it, you know. So it's heavy enough. You make your way over towards the hall itself and begin to, set the wagon down, and you go through the day very, not slow, but like purposeful. Like everything you do is kind of deliberate. You're not really like stopping to chat with whoever across the street. Like you wake up, you work, and you like put in the effort to make it happen. So you just kind of get over there, set the wagon down, maybe prop the door, and then start to like just bring pumpkins into the table where you can see a couple of other people. Tilly is also one of the other farmers. She is probably who I would say is like the village cook to a sense. She does a lot of work on the actual farm itself, more of the upkeep of it, making sure things get watered properly. Stuff is like deadheaded, like if there's these leaves and such that are growing and starting to die and wilt away, she'll go through and like pluck all of this stuff out, so the actual plant itself puts all of its energy towards like growing instead of trying to heal a dead part of it. Like she just makes everything, like the maintenance of everything she goes through. She is close with Torben. They almost have like a very, very close bond, like they've known each other for a very long time. She appears to be older than he is. She's probably been on the farm longer than he has, actually. But nonetheless, she's inside of the long hall, and you kind of walk in with a pumpkin, and you can see her sitting at the table. She's kind of cutting up some other things, potatoes, whatever they may be, and you just kind of like set the pumpkin right down, and she, "Oh, Brody, I didn't see you there." And then you just kind of like turn around, grab another pumpkin, come in, do maybe like 8 or so more that she just starts to carve and break up. She has like a little cart on the inside that can be used to like bring things in and out of the hall outside of like the large wide wagons. And you basically continue to do that throughout the day until the feast is to be had later. Is there anything else you think you would be doing? There's
No, I
probably
think
enough
that's
work
about
for
it.
you to do, so. Alright. Steiner, within your home
Mhm.
here in Skalavik,
Right at the house.
have you seen any of this yet?
No, I haven't. I didn't get to really look through it at all.
Alright. Your home here,
Mhm.
your family, your father, I'm sure at one point or another did, like, your family's kind of like the odd group of people within the village. Your younger sister younger or older? What did we decide on
I
that? don't know
want
if
to
we
say
figured that out.
younger.
I think you did say younger.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I don't actually know if I wrote it in the document, but I feel like younger.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going with younger. Alright, so, your father, Torek, and mother, Ayla, if I was pronouncing those correctly, both of them, kind of at this point, do their own foraging as well. Like, they'll forage shit and bring it back to you, but they do have their own home here within the village. I have them written down on my paper, I just don't remember exactly. But this is your
I'm good at
your
decorating.
house.
It's great.
It has basically all of the things that you need within it to do what you must.
Cool.
It has inside of it like plants growing on the inside, like mossy, viney plants. You just have this basic table. There's glass and potions and stuff all over. Would you say that you're more organized or cluttered as like an alchemist individual?
I think probably organized chaos and like
Okay.
it's messy, but he knows where
You
everything
know where
is.
everything is.
Yeah.
Right, okay. There
Got
are
a whole wheel of cheese, bro. Hey, that's for the village.
Yeah. You can
there
buy
are
some.
piles of things and stuff and books opened up, and the books that are opened up pertain to the things that they're stacked on, and
Yeah.
there's kind of files and stuff poured around, and nonetheless, you're just kind of like sifting your way through, possibly making something for tonight
I
if you would want.
So I would have probably spent the morning gathering herbs.
Okay.
These herbs are used to, they're put on to prevent infection or to help clear up infection when they're ground up. And whenever he collects these, he always puts a little bit aside as an offering. So he saves it up, and then during feasts or like the solstice kind of gathering things, he will save those up, dry them, and then he'll put them in the fire. And the smoke elicits like a good euphoric effect for everybody, and maybe mildly hallucinogenic, but he likes to save it up, and then he offers it at the feast. So he's probably going through and preparing it to offer up at the feast.
Got it. Alright. Within your home here, you kind of look at the wooden walls prior to your preparation. And you look at the walls, and you know it's your home, but it seems more like a thought than it does a feeling, if that makes sense.
Okay.
You then focus and head over to the table inside your home, the table full of herbs and plants and other ingredients you would commonly use in your craft. You even have a set of small jars that you get from a trader that came in some time ago. You store various insects and critters in some of these jars. Nothing too exotic, just odds and ends that you like to experiment with and try and create new elixirs or remedies.
Yeah.
But you do begin to gather those herbs and kind of gather them up. Do you have a name for them?
I didn't come up with
Okay, no
one,
worries.
but I can.
It's all good, I'll find
The
something.
player's kind of cool. I'm gonna throw it out there.
What? The foyer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does look cool.
Easy enough, you kind of prep that. As you're doing so, you may even like walk outside of
Yeah.
your actual hut. You have like these little mushroom boxes basically that you have set up. These are kind of dangerous sometimes too, because some of them you're not 100% sure what they do, and you have been known time to time to like wake
Go
up
frog.
in an unknown area
Mass naked.
Yeah, I probably even have a sign there, do not eat.
Yeah.
Um,
But as you are here, you kind of walk out and look, and you can see over in the distance. You don't speak with her, but you see her like over at the edge of the woods, kind of sitting with her legs crossed, just like looking up at a tree. You can see the back of your sister. Your sister is kind of known to be like the village lunatic by some means. She's just kind of like, you're odd, but she's just really odd. She has this, she's very, very, very heavily connected to the spirits, like in a way where she believes that she's spoken to them and seen them, and you do believe there's some
One
truth
of
to it.
these people.
And I wouldn't say that she's like a clairvoyant or whatever, but she sees things in the weave of the world, and she really projects that and speaks to it, and like speaks of the spirits very highly. And a lot of your influence and belief of them really came from her, like when she was like growing up, and like you grew up like here, knowing about them, hearing about them, but then you watched her like take off and like really embed her belief into it, and it made you kind of just solidify everything that you believed in them through her.
I think our relationship would be one where everybody else might find her behavior odd, but I don't really understand why they think it's odd.
Yeah. You do know that she herself also possesses some magic, whether it be similar to yours or different, but you do know that she is similar in that way. She's very carefree, very whimsical, quirky. She is a beautiful young woman as well, but a lot of people in the village don't really want to
That's okay.
mess with her, so they
It's crazy.
kind of just she has this very, very wide array of clothing. Her hair is kind of brown, and you know it's her by looking at the back, just based on her hair. Her hair is like kind of brown and wavy and kind of sticks out to like here and goes down. It's like slightly dirty, but it's not, it doesn't look filthy by any means. It's just kind of like poofy and dry and kind of sticks out, almost like an afro in a way, but it's just very naturally wavy. She looks a lot like your mother. Your mother, though, is a lot more like worrisome of an individual, and you can see, I actually think that this is their house here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
mistaken. Let me double check.
Who's that guy?
Yeah, this is their house right here next to it.
I thought it was somebody trying to steal his shit. I was trying to look out for my boy.
So you can see like all the way over here, like at the edge of the lumber mill. Like she's just sitting here, staring off, like not into the woods, but just at a tree.
Okay.
And you can see your mother walk out. Ayla. She
Behind the
wears.
tree.
She is herself usually kind of, her clothing is dirty, her hands are kind of dirty. They forage a lot as well. She wears kind of tattered long dresses, usually like purple or red colors. You can hear her kind of shouting out, "Svala! Svala!" Just, your sister just doesn't even pay any mind. "Svala, come in! We're getting ready. We gotta clean up."
You're still not responding. I'll start walking over, and I'll walk past my mother. It's fine, Mother. I'll go get her.
You start to walk over to her, and she still continues rather to stare at the tree. You're not like right up to her yet, but you know you're getting close enough to where she's probably within earshot.
I'm going to do like a little like minor. Oh, maybe I can't do that with minor illusion. I was just gonna like do a little gust to like knock her cloak over her head, but that's okay. I'll walk up and I'll try to approach quietly.
Okay. Make a stealth check.
18 plus 2, 20.
I went invisible.
Okay. You start to kind of like walk up and basically get behind her. She's still like kind of hands on her knees, like
I'm gonna look up.
cross-legged, like
as well.
looking. You look up and you can see the pine tree. It's shorter than the other ones, but still quite large pine tree. You can see like the pine needles themselves kind of like shaking a little bit with the wind that kind of blows through. And as it does, you can kind of just like almost feel her energy, like her shoulders just kind of like relax as she's just like looking at it. Still silent, staring.
Just gonna hand on top of her head. Hey.
The hand pushes down. You get through like 2 inches worth of hair before it actually finds purchase on the skull.
Hey.
As your hand's there, she just kind of like puts her head back and then like falls down into the grass looking up.
It's almost time for the feast. You gotta wash up.
Alright, I will.
Your hair's kind of dirty.
She just kind of like puts her hand through it and like curls it around a little bit.
That's probably why.
Just enjoying Vexier's company. Listening
Well,
to her run through the woods.
What's she doing?
Good. Saddened that it's getting cold. She knows the way things go.
True. Very true. Well, I don't think she's going anywhere, so let's go get ready for the feast.
Alright. She kind of like pushes her hands like to the side and like rubs them through the grass really quick and then like rolls onto her stomach. And then pushes herself up. Stretches a little bit. Goes over towards you and just like kind of grabs you a little bit, gives you a hug. Kind of does like a twirl almost. And then
That's nice.
you watch her like just full sprint towards your
See ya.
parents' home.
So full sprint's crazy. That's wild.
Wow.
Jumps
her over.
Naruto run.
What the hell? Jumping through my doom window.
It wasn't over.
And
Just straight to the glass.
Voktash. Sorry, Vok.
Volktash, Volktash. It's
Tomato.
Yeah.
That's the beach.
I'm what? That boy Tash, bro.
The
V-Tash.
Rocky way.
sounds like some weird concoction he would make. Steiner, you got that V-dash. Slipping them fucking money under there.
Whatever you need, I got you.
Tending to the animals on the farm, just in general, you find kind of peace in its simplicity and the silence of it. You have a way with animals that other people just do not.
That was the
And
craziest crap.
there
That was
is
my
some degree of understanding to you, but to others, like, you just have a knack in a way with animals that they just can't really comprehend. So it's like, yep, like you can deal with it, you can handle them. Like, I'd rather not have to do that kind of thing, and
Yeah.
they're very grateful for it, and it shows. It's also evident that you are fully in control of the entire stable farm here, and being its shepherd, and you need like very little to no help managing all of the animals that are here. It usually takes you, like on a normal day, several hours just to get through your day's worth of chores, like with each animal, and you never like rush through it or feel like you're behind. It's almost like very methodical, like you're getting up and you're kind of going about, and you just know naturally what it is that each one needs throughout the day and what things need tending to. Where you find yourself needing help most of the time is with all of like the wheat that you try to grow. You'll ask for assistance from most of the time it would probably be like Jarld. Jarld is one of the individuals that works on the farm as well. He doesn't mind coming over and helping like tend to it or pulling things or even like giving a little bit of like a plow to some of them to get ready for more.
He comes over and plows your shit. Okay.
I hate this guy.
You do know that you must in some way contribute to the feast tonight. Of the animals,
I know.
of the animals that you look after and use as a resource, there are cows, pigs, sheep, and horses.
Yeah.
The chickens are like new, and there's only like 3 of them, and all of them are roosters, so they don't like make any eggs.
Yeah.
All 3 of them were just like they literally randomly just like stumbled onto the farm, and you just like told them like go over here basically, and now
Okay.
they just kind of chill in that like halfway space
I'm
between
gonna
your
find them
guys'.
some bitches. We're
farm.
gonna have pigs. Alright.
That has kind of been your mission, is like finding some hens basically. But this is kind of where they just hang out, and it's not like a normal like chicken coop right now. Like they basically just have this little shelter, and they'll like walk out and pick at whatever seeds and shit you throw for them there. But there's just 3 of them,
Just
and
eat bugs. You can leave them.
they didn't all 3 like appear at the same time. It was just like 2, and then one randomly showed up too, and you just kind of took them in and brought them over to there and showed them basically like this is where you're gonna live. So in saying that, with all of these resources and things that you do have, how or what would you like to do as far as the animals go to contribute to the feast tonight, or something else that you might do?
So typically I try to avoid slaughtering animals unless like there's a reason or like.
A feast is a reason.
Well, like hear me out. So the other things I try to do is like, with like the sheep, I'll shear their wool and then I kind of give you that out to people so they can
Okay.
make clothes or furniture or whatever the fuck they're gonna use it for.
Yep.
The horses, obviously, people use them to ride, so I just kind of keep them healthy, fed,
Mhm.
exercised.
Probably train them a little bit too.
Yeah, they'll
break 'em
pull
in.
stuff around.
You
or
turn them full of
they'll
fucking
have
wagons?
cars. Pigs, unfortunately, they're kind of fucking useless. So like those are probably the ones that end up getting slaughtered whenever something like this comes up. So I don't know how many animals I have, but I always try to make sure it's managed to the point where like, can I afford to lose a pig right now, kind of thing, and like. I would imagine the Jarl has an understanding that like I'm not stingy with it, but at the same time I try to avoid it if it's not necessary. But if I can, like, that's one thing.
Only need 2.
And then with the cows,
Puff and puff.
too,
It's better to have
they're probably primarily dairy cows, so I try to, I get the milk from them, do the same thing with the milk, kind of give it out as needed, but then I'll also churn it into butter and I'll give that to the cook. And sometimes I'll even try to like cure it to the point where I can make a cheese out of it. So I probably have like a little spot where I've got like
It's got that whole
some
wheel, bro.
sections of cheese that are like
Listen, we
curing
traded.
over time.
We traded.
So with all that, I'll milk the cows. I'll see if I have any butter laying around that I haven't churned already, because that would take like a whole day, and like, I don't got time for all that.
Yeah.
Check on the cheeses, see if there's any cheese that's ready to go.
Okay.
And if I feel like between those things, I don't have a lot going on, might consider a pig or even like a sheep if there's like a lot of land. I don't know what I have more of.
Sheep,
a
bro.
lot
There's
of
a lot of
sheep.
sheep. They're fucking.
I'd probably
Lamb chops.
I'd probably assess that situation and be like,
10
okay,
sheep,
well,
3 pigs.
if I need to make sure I contribute, so I might slaughter a sheep for the lamb
Just
meat.
kill a
and,
pig for the hell of it.
Slam is raw.
Doesn't sound like your thing, but
I
I'm
don't
to eat.
I don't believe in veal, so
Yeah. Most of the sheep anyways, like a lot of the sheep, like maybe 4 or 5 of them are like older.
Yeah.
And a lot of the pigs that you have are younger and not fully like even grown up yet. You do have, there's only like 3 pigs over here, and like the 2, these are like just extra horses.
okay.
You got extra horses?
And then I don't have all 3 of them, but there should be 3 cows here
Horse
as well.
jerky.
And then the sheep are usually plentiful, and like there's babies quite a bit.
Yeah.
You have a lot of, like, that's the biggest amount of animals are the sheep, and it's just like the region as well. Like a lot of them find their way just like down from the mountain or like that area and just migrate south because it's so damn cold most of the time.
Do we have a butcher?
You
Oh shit.
Yeah, you
Okay,
do it
got
all,
it.
bro.
Yeah.
You need to hire someone.
either you or Tilly. Like Tilly would do it.
Yeah.
As
Well, no,
so
I would say
it
I've
would just
definitely
depend on your own
yeah.
feelings towards that, and if you would want to, but
I feel like I would find some sort of ethical way to kill the animals, not just straight slaughter them, but like
60 stabs.
I would
I'd say that you probably would reach out to like Steiner for something
come up
like
with
that,
some
like
sort of
some sort of
I
like
would have to pig.
elixir that
Yeah.
you could just put in water or something, and they would digest it and peacefully just go.
yeah, and so I would probably
That's how I
I'd
got
say
the
I'd
cheese.
I'm
probably
sure you probably have some of that available.
We traded.
Very visibly marked that it is some sort of like toxic elixir. Yeah, you can do
This the ale, this the death juice. Make sure you only drink this one.
So yeah,
Shit, I
I'll
forgot.
I'll slaughter a sheep to contribute and hopefully
Especially
have
to
some
try.
butter to offer up for food
Okay.
and some cheese maybe.
I'm bringing you guys good drugs.
I'm not about to go through all that. I was about to put everybody in the hall, but that's gonna take me a long time.
So you're
first
saying that
thing-
I'm just gonna be farming while everybody's eating?
You are. Keep at it. You can have food too.
Again, working.
What's left over.
Okay. The day kind of progresses. You and Falden are beat, like whooped, tired, but you do manage to make it back. You kind of find your way to like the edge of the forest, like where your house is. Like that's where you guys kind of left from. You just left behind your home. Once you get to there, you guys are both like hands on your knees, like fucking like heavy breathing, like. Falden kind of just like takes up, smacks you on the back, and then like
Kind of stumble a little bit.
he kind of starts to walk over, sees Torben kind of like walking about. Hey, Torben! He just kind of like waves, doesn't even yell. Torben walks over, like easily triple his size, double your size, probably even close to triple your size. Just kind of like walking over. What's going on? And then you're just kind of like, oh, Spirit Speed, you got an elk? He kind of like walks over and like grabs at like the back legs and just like flips it over, like takes a look at it. Like, drag this here all yourself. And grabs like by both feet and just kind of like pulls up and then does like a flip. Blood just like pours down his back a little bit as he just like flips it. Doesn't even pay much mind to it. You want to throw it in the hole? Or him?
Please.
Fucking A. Just kind of turns around
Please.
and like walks
Or
over.
him.
Or you guys fight him!
Oh, that way.
Yeah, he was not looking at the antlers. All right, makes his way into.
That's your boy.
Hey, not my boy. My boss.
That's not Paul. Be careful.
Don't just like, I don't know, drop it on your foot and shatter it. I don't know.
All right. Without any issue, he does so. Kind of takes it in. Your dirty fucking blood all over your hands, like up to your elbow. You can feel it like on your skin in some spots, like probably in your face where you might have like rubbed or done something or like moved something out of your hair.
Sweat or something.
Your sweat, just everything's mixed up. So you just kind of clean up a little bit, and it's basically like dark at this point, so you're prepared to get ready for the feast. As for everybody else, a few of you probably have a good bit of downtime to just kind of sit and maybe even do more work or stuff in preparation for the next day, whatever that may be. However, it does come to nighttime, and the feast commences.
Damn, I can roll natural ones this campaign.
Imagine.
I actually want to change class to, or race to half.
Go from the biggest guy to the shortest guy. You gotta keep the same voice.
Yeah. No. Sorry. We don't make the rules.
So 1.5 foot tall guy running around.
What's up, bitch?
Yeah, help around here.
anything anybody else wants to do before the feast commences? We're contributing or doing something else?
No, I did think of a name for the herb though. Rotsbane.
Got it. Just add it to the list of stuff I got. I forgot to get that to you, but I will.
So we just walked in and then spilled fucking water all over the place.
Already drunk, man.
Crazy fucking spell.
If you're feeling it, let me know, please, because that's not good.
It did get hotter.
Toasting.
It's not colder. Weird.
Oh.
Hot cold. Hot cold. Hot cold.
A roaring fire along the center of the hall in a deep stone pit with long tables on both sides. The hall itself is filled with conversation, laughter, and the smell of roasting meat. You hear this kind of soft melodic hum from some sort of little lyre or instrument fills the silence and gaps between. You can see Jarl Ragnvald seated beside his wife Katala at the elevated chairs on the end of the hall. A haunch of meat in his hand, the meat barely cooked, blood's kind of still dripping from it with each squeeze and bite. He overlooks the hall in revelry. You all kind of filter in and take your seats amongst the rest of the tribe. The table in the back corner, again, full of tankards and drinking horns, as well. This time it's a barrel of ale. Sigrid and Cain. The two of you kind of seated by one another at the feast, kind of eating. Your father approaches. He is an elf. His skin kind of a bit darker than yours, Sigrid. He has kind of this lean, muscular build to him from doing the same work for many years as a bowyer, or doing it a little bit at least, that Sigrid does. You can see his forearms are kind of veiny, but he still does have like a very lean build to him. He's not like shredded and like huge by any means. He grabs both of you by your shoulders on both sides and kind of leans in a little bit. He definitely smells of ale, but is by no means like inebriated.
What's up, you guys?
As he kind of leans in.
It's the face first into the table.
My boys, surely the spirits smile upon us tonight. And it was surely Sulkir that guided you, my son, to this kill. He kind of like pats at the top of Sigrid's head. He gestures out to the elk splayed out and prepared. Let us show our appreciation to Sulkir and the spirits with a drink. He raises his horn. To the spirits! The rest of the hall follows in a cry as he walks off. You look around and you see everybody in here seems to be enjoying themselves. For the most part, there is just meals being had, essentially. There is that elk that is prepared, as well as a sheep, I believe, was decided. There is some cheeses that have been splayed out as well that Vaktash had prepared.
One of them is missing.
No, that's separate.
There's this kind of
I was saying you get another
gourd
one.
smack, like a
Two
pumpkin
times.
mush, essentially. Its texture is not great. Flavor is really not that great, but it does provide some nutrition.
What do we come here for?
I see.
We're going back to the farm.
There are some potatoes.
Seasoned salt.
It's from Red Rock.
I'm over here.
All of you guys are kind of spread out within the village as well, kind of sitting next to whomever it would be that you would find yourself by. Sigrid and Kane, though, you guys definitely, I'd say, would be by one another at least. the night kind of progresses the same dull kind of roar of laughter and cheer, essentially, in some sort of a way. But it's more right now just like this relaxing moment where you guys aren't worried about doing this work, and you guys know that the next day you're going to be expected to do something, but the leash isn't as tight. You kind of like let go and kind of relax a little bit because the feast occurring tonight. It's just kind of this intrinsic, unspoken rule that you're going to relax tonight. And then tomorrow, when the day comes, you're not really expected to do as much. The hall itself stays full for a good bit of the night. People don't really turn in too soon. The Jarl stays seated at the head of the hall for basically the entire night. You can see that Agrin, who is the dock worker, essentially, he has a kind of brightish orange hair. It's usually held up by like a headband. Let me find his description so I don't. I had included it, but I did not. Yeah, his hair is like kind of this orange red, long hair and beard. The hair is held up in this bandana. He's pretty quiet most of the time. You can see him holding like a horn that he's just like splashing back and forth as he stumbles side to side, because you can see that he has definitely drank quite a bit. Even both of there's really only two like young children that live here in the village, and that is Bulg. Bulg is a gnome, very, very young, tiny gnome. He's only like 4 years old. You know that he was found not too long ago, about 4 years ago, in the river as an infant. His mother was killed by some sort of animal. You're not really sure.
An elk. You say it, you killed his fucking mother's killer.
Avenged.
That's crazy. Good job.
And then the other child being Frey. Both of them are within here, not drinking ale. They are given water and milk.
Lame.
They
Get the
definitely
kids drunk.
appreciate
Come on,
it.
he's already 4.
I was drinking when I was 2.
And actually playing the instrument is Svala. Svala is Steiner's sister. You can see her just like jumping and twirling around inside, really paying no mind to anybody else around or the surroundings. She's like playing this like little lute that she's strumming the shit out of and playing very well. You can see her like jumping across the fire pit, and it's by no means like a small pit. Like it looks dangerous as shit. She's like jumping from the bench to the other bench and like running down the table and like really just paying no mind to like anybody else around, just in her own carefree kind of world, kind of humming very slightly to herself, but not really like singing a song by any means. She's just letting the music kind of take over. And then she'll find these little lulls where she just kind of sits and, twirls around and is to herself in her own world. You guys sitting around, you can see at this point, Brodier, as you sit at a bench in the long hall, food in front of you and a large tankard of whatever you wish to drink, whether it be water or ale.
He's banned from the village.
Sorry.
It's crazy we always invite this guy back.
Hey, his sister's supposed to be the crazy.
Yeah. Are you trying to outdo her?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Piss.
I don't know if she's looking for a man, but you're pretty crazy.
It was an accident. Some dude got drunk, pissed in a cup, he just grabbed it.
It's like, this ale's pretty watered down. Tastes like piss.
Smells pretty bad.
I don't know why you would say whatever you want, man. There's no way I didn't say piss. What? there is. No, you could just say water. No,
Everyone else in the world wouldn't have said.
He literally said earlier, he said ale and water and sometimes milk. So he says whatever you want, but your options are really limited. He still chose piss.
Exactly what you failed to consider.
What the fuck is going on here?
So is there a time specifically offerings are given, or is it just kind of throughout the night?
It is throughout the night.
Okay. At some
Put
point.
me
I
right
would-
by that
I
pig,
have
brother.
my thing. I want to do that.
Even though we don't have pig. Damn,
Sorry,
you
no
dropped me
pig
and the whole
tonight.
building fucking fell down.
I gotta breed the piggies up.
Huh?
I gotta get more piggies than we have pigs.
You gotta do what with the pigs?
I gotta make the pigs fuck each other.
So, essentially, what actually would probably occur here is throughout the night, when you were to give like such offering, whatever it may be, it just has to kind of be known that it is for the spirits or whatever it may be, you know, to some degree. Like you're not.
Well, I have a whole
Yeah.
thing. I
So for you, I'd say that the sheep, even though you guys are eating it, like it is going to be for the spirits. So like, if you didn't want to butcher it and like Tilly was going to do it, like you could just like kind of have her do it. And it
Okay.
wouldn't be an issue. So you can watch as that occurs. Brody, as I said, you're kind of sitting at the end, like at the long bench, food in front of you, large tankard of ale. You can
It's
see
ale.
Tilly is kind of walking
It's
over at this
flavored ale.
point, and you seeing her do this. Usually, it'll happen where like throughout the night, somebody will kind of just like start the wave of people like giving offerings or whatever it may be. She walks up. You can see that she has. So she kind of walks like right like here, kind of like by the fire, in a way. Because there are these like metallic iron grates in some spots of this where food will kind of just get like splayed onto at some points. But she's just kind of standing right here. She walks up pulling the sheep next to her. You can see a blade in one hand. Tonight we give thanks to the great spirits, the great bear, the fox, the eagle, the sea serpents, the crow, the wolf and the world dragon. Through you this world is possible, and through you we give thanks. She kind of takes the blade over towards the neck and just cuts. You watch it all start to just pour out heavily into the fire. You can hear it kind of sizzling, you can smell it almost burning. The sheep kind of like, and then like drops down onto like all of its legs before it crumples downward. The blood kind of like flowing down into there. She gently like sets it over to the side and begins to like carve it out right there, like in front. Had you yourself kind of done it, Voktash, you would have been able to kind of just give it the vial and it would have went down, but she, like, her way of doing it basically is different, that's all it is. After she does that, you can see a couple of other people don't really have, they kind of just like are looking amongst one another, like not having much to offer per se, but the feast itself is more of just like a celebration, so it's not really like expected, but it is definitely welcomed.
I'll go ahead and get up then and walk over to the fire. And throughout this, I'll just be kind of walking like back and forth along the fire. And I pull out a pouch, and I have, you can see on Steiner's waist several different pouches. He pulls out one, and he takes almost like a powder and sprinkles it over the fire, and he says, "To the great bear, Uldric," and the flames lick up into like a reddish brown color, and I'm going to use minor illusion to create the image of like a great bear running through a forest in the flames.
Alright.
To the great fox, And the next one he sprinkles, and it will be like a greenish flames. And you can see a fox leaping through the trees, ducking and hiding. Tigden, the eagle! And he sprinkles, and you see the flames change again, and you can see an eagle soaring. To the great sea serpents, my favorites. And he sprinkles, and you can see, almost like the fire itself was water bursting from it, you can see the serpents. To Sulker, the crow. And he sprinkles again, and the flames grow dark, and then you see a crow burst from them, and it seems like it's flying around before diving back into the flames. To Dakul, the wolf of death. And the flames go completely black, and you see like a grayish-black wolf just walking across the top of them. And to Zulfander, the world dragon, thank you for always holding us in place. And almost like circling the fire pit, you see the dragon circling around, and then just walking back and forth, he bows. Enjoy!
Everybody just kind of, woo! Swallow kind of like, just like sitting there.
And the smoke rises into the room, and you start to feel good.
Okay.
Spirits watch over us and protect us in the years to come.
Well said. The Jarl kind of speaks out.
I give a bow to the Jarl. And then I take my seat and eat.
Mm-hmm. And it continues more and more throughout the night. Brodier, again, you sitting at that bench like I had said with kind of most of the farmers are kind of towards that back area. You can see Oberyn at this point is stumbling about and is loud as he makes his way through the hall. You see him kind of bouncing off chairs and tables, almost falling over, and eventually finds his way next to you on the bench, where he kind of plops down and chuckles and then like looks over and notices you. Look here, everyone. It's the big, the bad, and the ugly all in one seat. He leans in like right to your face almost, like you can smell this kind of heavy ale emanating from him.
I would have punched.
You know, everyone else here might think you're so tough and scary, and he's kind of like pointing, but I think you're a big bitch, you know that? Walking around the farm, so strong, like you're, and he kind of gets cut off. Torben walks over at this point. Oberyn, that's enough. And then Oberyn stands up and kind of smacks the back of your head a little bit. No, I'm going to teach this boy a lesson about respect and what a real Viking is. Torben just grabs a
I
drink.
stand up at this
Torben
point.
just grabs a drink and sits down.
The whole
You can see
table
Oberyn-
slides over.
Oberyn basically is like standing there, and he's like, it's fucking. And he's just kind of standing there, and then he like finds his bearing and is kind of like looking up at you and like getting ready to just like rear back and punch.
Hit him!
What?
Before he hits me, I'm gonna rage.
Alright. You watch him like just rearing back. He like reaches up like towards your jaw and like
He
goes
just
to
doesn't
swing.
even move.
Dice, where'd I put it? Here we go. I need to, yeah, disadvantage. I'm not doing great right now. Uh, 6.
Misses.
That's pretty good.
It's cool dice.
Thanks.
You could just say it hits
He
me, 'cause
hits-
I'm not moving.
He like finds purchase like right on your jaw, and instead of like following through with it, he kind of just like hits and then like gets stuck up, and then he's just like sitting there. Come on, fucker!
I'm not giving another one.
He comes back up and then goes to the punch of your head again.
I give him 2. One,
Yeah.
one didn't seem
6
fair.
again.
Oh my god.
This time he doesn't find like up high enough. He just like hits like right into your chest, and like after he hits in your chest, he's kind of like, hits, and he's like, he like thinks he got you guys, and, like, and you're just like standing above him, like just fuming, like you can see like
He's foaming
like just
at the
like the
mouth.
veins in his neck are like almost pulsing out, and like he looks like he could literally just grab him and fucking rip him in half if he wanted to.
Where are we?
Right there,
Right there.
like standing at the end of the hall.
You could probably throw him out the. You could probably throw him out the front door.
At this point, you can see the whole hall has taken notice of what is going on, and some people begin chanting and yelling out, "Hit him!" Steiner yelling, "Hit him!"
There's actually doors there.
Those are doors, yeah. Even Jarl Ragnvald, his interest has kind of been piqued, and he's just kind of like sitting there, like looking to see what happens.
You want one more?
As you're saying that, he's just kind of like looking there, kind of like bobbing back and forth for a second. Make an intimidation check.
Take the third.
You can do it with advantage.
Well, you can. Nice.
With advantage? That's 18.
18
Yeah.
with a minus like 5.
It's a 0.
Oh,
Well, I got it at 6.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. He like sits there and goes to like take his fist up. No, I don't need another one. I fucking showed you a lesson.
I'm gonna grab him and throw him out the door.
Just picking him up,
Yeah.
and just, like straight out the door. Okay. Let me see something.
Crash him through
Do
the
those
door.
doors open?
I'm seeing which way they open. Okay, they
Oh,
open.
perfect.
You throw him in the doors that door open.
We're just
Cracks his
All right, just make it a strength check or athletics.
Do you get advantage for rage?
You should, right?
I think
that-
for strength athletics.
Is it?
Or is it strength saving?
Rage
Come
gives you
on.
advantage. On
You
all
advantage,
strength
yeah.
checks, yeah, which includes attacks.
Barbarians are cool, dude. Natural 20.
Holy shit.
He's in the river.
Out the door.
You gotta lower him so he goes out the door.
Push him into a wall, dude. That's
He's
not a
on the
door.
ceiling.
He's too high, dude.
He's going.
Throw
It's
him.
not like
Maybe if
letting-
you throw him, he'll go out the building.
Delete him.
What if you let go?
Delete him. He's dead anyway. It's over.
Where'd he go?
He's gone.
There he is.
I throw his ass out this door. He's fucking swung around.
That's how hard you throw him.
Put a spin on it.
Curveball this guy.
Oh,
Can you make him fall over?
Throw him like a boomerang.
Alright. With a loud yell and like almost roar, you chuck him against the door, and there's a and you hear the doors thud open, he like skids across, and then you can just like see a bunch of people just like trying to look out the door to see him. He's just like outside, like in this just crumple of a person. You watch everyone just kind of looking to see if you're gonna like follow up and like go out
Just
there.
sit down.
And then you just
Let
like
out
turn
big
around and
breaths and then
sit.
sit down and start eating and drinking again.
You feel Torben kind of come over and like pat the back of your shoulder. Instinctually, you just kind of like look quick, but then like see it's his big.
I throw him too.
As that
Roll
happens, you watch Tilly kind of making her way out, like helping him up to his feet. And you can kind of hear him like yelling in the back, but he's just like barely even there.
Woo! I'm gonna go check on him. Yep, that nose is broken.
After the night continues, and it does SO if it were normal. From there to there, like, or for there to be a brawl here or there, it's not uncommon. It's quite normal. Looking among the hall, you can see a few more people act as if they're going to wrestle one another and only do for a brief moment before laughing, and you realize that they're basically just imitating the events that transpired, making fun and light the situation. Vikings kind of continue to dance about the wooden floors, and the rhythmic thuds resonate within the hall, the walls of the hall. It kind of winds down, and everyone's gathered around Torben as he tells a story. You can see the fire kind of crackling behind him. Let me switch this back.
Steiner loves storytelling, so as he's like telling the things, you're gonna see like images of it in the flames.
Oh, that's so cool. So as everyone kind of gathers around, you can see at this point, Ragnvald is no longer here. He's kind of made his way back to his bed or whatever, but there's no issue with the night continuing. The fire kind of crackles behind him, and he stands on the floor between the throne of Ragnvald and the fire pits. You can see like everybody that's kind of gathered around the way you're seated. Some of you are seated on the benches, some of you are up on the table, some of you are just kind of like sitting on the floor, leaned up against the wall, just gathered around this large Goliath as he moves with these kind of grand gestures that lack any sense of like grace or finesse. He just kind of like weaves his tail and just kind of like going back and forth. Before living in Skalavik, I lived in the highest peaks of Fjallheim, blistering cold where even the dragons wouldn't fly. The ones I grew up with, even though they looked like Brodier and they were more beast than man. They were ferocious fighters and to be feared. In those mountains, though, there were things to be more feared than my own people. And that is saying something, because when the food was scarce and the weakest were the next meal, the weakest were always the children! And he kind of lunges forward towards Frey. Kind of lunges back with a screech. No, these large Goliaths were not the scariest thing in these mountains, nor were they the biggest. I can still see their blistering blue eyes the very day I was cast from Fjallheim. It was the first and last time I encountered these titans of fear. 20 foot tall, skin as blue as the sea, but cold as ice. No cloud of breath leave their mouth in the cold. I laid there at the feet of this giant as he pulled a blade with his hand, his blade bigger than me. He kind of like does this big gesture with his hand. The size of this very hall we sit in was the blade. And before he struck me down, it was then that Uldric rescued me. You're gonna see smiles falling over the audience, and Frey looks intently along with some of the other young ones. A bear glowed a blue, pierced through the dark night, and a roar that shook the snow from the mountain seen. And that giant saw it, sent it into a run so fast, looked like he'd be running to his mama. It was then that I too was startled by this roar, plummeting to what I thought was surely my end. Where I'd meet they cool, in the fires of Skullgard. But it wasn't. I followed the river and ended up here, where Uldric meant me to be. And I still wake some nights, those blue piercing eyes staring at me, waiting to get the kill that got away. And he just kind of like stumbles and sits back into like a chair, or like at the feet of the throne, and grabs some meat and starts to eat it. Everybody at that point begins to wind down, make their way out, find rest for the night. Turn this one on. Come on, there we go.
Cozy anime fireplace 4K.
This is 8 hours long. I'm gonna put that on at home.
It's a lot of hours.
That's what you need the fourth monitor for.
Yeah, the fireplace.
On your TV, I guess.
Do you really need to watch it in 4K? Seems like a waste of data.
Let's just light a fire on the ground.
8K. It's dark now. I'm spooked.
Nothing bad happens at night.
That's true. Never has, never will.
Unless.
Nah. What could happen? Come on.
Giant descends from above.
With his blade as big as the hall.
Listen, if I had thaumaturgy, I would have been making rumbling footstep noises.
Alright. The next day, went through all that, making that nighttime. Look guys, this turns into nighttime sometimes. Just showing you guys that.
Cool. Appreciate it.
That kind
the
of
next
worked because I
day-
got nervous.
All the horses' stables, Buktash. You can see you're just kind of going about your day. Everybody else kind of awakens. You probably don't indulge too heavily in like the drinking to where you'd be like completely, out of commission the next day, just because you have beings to take care of the next day, and they can't really go one day without you doing so. So level-headed and everything. You wake up, clear mind in the morning, well rested. You're at the horses' stables, and you can see kind of like a board on the backside that's kind of either not like the spacing is a little bit wide. You can see a little bit of light peeking in at the way that the sun is shining right now, kind of coming from the west or whatever. Sorry, the other way, east. It's just kind of like peeking through on an angle. And as you're looking at it, it's quickly kind of snuffed out before returning, as if something kind of passed it from behind the stable. You hear this kind of like loud like thud up against the wood, and the horses start to whine and kind of get startled, as well as some grunts and squeals from the pigs. And you start kind of making attempts to like calm them down, but there's like this sense of panic and fright that's kind of hitting them. And like this early in the morning, like you aren't expecting it, so you yourself are like trying to come to, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is happening? You're definitely aware that there's something that is behind the stable right now frightening them, and it's something they're not familiar with, and at some periods has definitely ensued some sort of panic. And you can hear the wind, like the whining and neighs from them, as well as the squeals from the pigs, is almost causing this like panic throughout the rest of the animals as well. Even the ones sitting in the corral, they're kind of getting a little wound up. You can see them like pacing and walking around, and the gate there isn't like closed by any means, so like if they continue to freak out, like they're just gonna walk out, you know what I mean?
Can I see where the horse stables are at?
Yeah, you can. Right here.
So where would I be, like, right behind those
Like
horses?
the pen?
You'd be inside. I'm sorry it's blurry right now, I'm just not zoomed in right.
Got some detailed wheat.
You're basically like right here.
So you know what it is.
Alright, I'm gonna head to the left,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go and peek my head around the corner. I'm gonna kind of do it not like super stealthily, but I'm not gonna like just run over there. I'm gonna run to like the end, and then I'm gonna kind of walk up, have my staff out, kind of holding it, and then like peek my head around the corner.
Staff rose.
Alright, once you make your way around the back of the stable, you can see the grass behind here is actually a bit long on parts of it. And you can see like coming from the forest, the parts of it that like this would be north, basically, is what you're looking at right now. Like not from the view of this, but like that's north.
Yeah.
So like the back side of this is the north side of it. Butted up against like the trees and everything here, the grass being kind of tall, you can see part of it is like knocked down. Like you can almost see this path of like trajectory where something like fumbled into it and knocked a bunch of the grass down. You can see like a little bit of pollen kind of kicking up or something, like little fuzzies in the air from the sun glistening down towards it, like where it's just been disturbed, like something just like trampled through and stumbled. The loud thud that you heard almost sounded like something probably knocking up against the wood, like the backside of the stable. You can see from the corner what appears to be like some sort of shape inside of the grass, like kind of stumbled up against the wood, like pushed back up against it, and like the grass still around it. Being at the corner, it's a little hard to see, so you probably have to get closer if you wanted to get a closer look.
I'll like kind of walk slowly up to it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a human, right?
From what you can see right now, just like this kind of bundle of something is what you see. Like it's just like dark because of like where the sun is kind of peeking and the trees have blocked it. So from behind it.
Yeah, I'll kind of walk up to it. Hello?
At that point, you can see what appears to be like a bundle of fur against the stable. You kind of like ready yourself for whatever it may be to, turn around and react to you being there. The animals are still startled. The fur itself moves about, and you can see a hand reaching out from within it. You look at it, and it's kind of bloodied and dirty. The fingers are kind of large and pudgy. The furs fall to the side to reveal a dwarven face. He kind of looks weak and badly injured.
Are you okay?
He does not look familiar at all either. Help me, friend. He kind of like reaches out, trying to like get a hand.
I'll help him up.
You kind of like go around, reach and help and like get him up, and he's like extremely weak. What's your strength point?
6.
6. Okay, yeah. Like he's pretty stout, like large, but you're like with his help, like he's pushing off on the side, and you're like two hands like have like set your staff down, two hands like grabbing him, like trying to pull and help him up. As you kind of help him a little bit to his feet, he like gets up and then like thuds up against the side of the stable again. At this point, now that you're kind of behind here, the horses are still kind of a little anxious from the thudding and everything, but you kind of like look through and are looking at them, and they're kind of calming down a bit because they can hear you behind there.
Yeah.
You can see him like holding at his stomach a little bit. You see blood kind of coming from it, from the cracks of his fingers. Like he's still kind of bleeding a little bit from whatever it is. Am I not from Gatland? You can see as he kind of leans over a little bit. Dwarven man is balding. He doesn't have like completely bald, it's just kind of like fuzzy. He wears this kind of long robe, bloodied and muddy as well. His hair is this very, very light color, almost like blonde. His beard's kind of scruffy and long. It's dirty everywhere. It's kind of hard to make out a lot. His face is soft, but you can see it's chunky, as well as like kind of the rest of his body. He doesn't appear to be much of like a fighter, but nonetheless he is still a Viking from Gatland. As he kind of leans in more, trying to like walk a little bit, he kind of falls again. I must see Jarl Ragnvald at once. As he holds his stomach once more. You can see at this point how weak Einar is, and you helping him to his feet, almost instantly you can feel his like entire weight burden on you, so like where you don't think you can actually like help him and get him all the way to the hall. Once you kind of clear the side of the stable, you can see Brodir in the distance kind of picking up a wagon, like just grabbing a wagon to like grab a shovel from under it that got stuck.
Throws the wagon.
As he's kind of like picking it up and looking, like it's just like he's over here.
Just be throwing everything up.
So like he's in sight, but like he's like within earshot where like you'd have to like get his attention. But you know that you're not going to be able to, you know, carry this dwarf all the way to the hall.
Well, what happened to you?
At this point, you can see him. It's in the woods, with my. And at this point, you can see he's like starting to get like super tired and like almost lose consciousness.
I'm gonna reach down and I'm gonna kind of go to where it looks like his wound is, and I'll cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay, yeah. You kind of reach down and your hand, as you have to like touch, your hand as it touches, like you can see there is a wound on his stomach. It looks like a pretty deep gash. As you place your hand on it, how much do you heal for?
8.
8?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see it definitely helps him and keeps him from going just like unconscious, as he's kind of like leaning there up against the stable. Still severely weakened to where like he's not going to really be able to walk very well. Was in the woods with people from Gatland. We were just looking for mining prospects, more caves. We were attacked. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but couldn't understand a word they said, or anything for that matter.
People?
I
Alright.
need to speak with you, Jarl.
Here, just sit down for a minute.
He kind of sits.
I'm gonna head over to Brodir. Once I get within maybe like 30-40 feet of him, I'm gonna unintentionally speak with him telepathically, and he's just gonna hear my voice in his head saying Brodir, and he's just gonna just turn and look right at me.
I'm gonna look at you.
Well, because like it's like,
I could
kind of like directional too.
Oh, okay.
So you're kind of like, and then you're like, I'll just like wave you over.
Oh, follow.
For you, like in particular too, when you hear him say it, you kind of like look over and down because you're expecting like the proximity of it. Like you're expecting somebody to be there, and you're kind of like, the fuck? And then you just kind of like walk over to him.
Found someone behind the stable, sir. Kind of fucked up. He said he needs to speak with the Jarl. Got attacked.
And?
He needs help, and I can't help him. I healed him up a little bit, but he needs someone to kind of escort him over there.
Oh. I'll walk over and help him.
Okay.
I'll come with you guys, but just in case. I mean, I don't think he's really a threat, so.
The two of you kind of walking to the hall. It's a good trek. Like it's not just down the street by any means. Like you're at one point you just kind of like help him to his feet and like are walking with him, and then you realize like he's getting like tired and like it's not even just like from his wound. It's just probably like him traveling the way he has and probably not really even sleeping or anything. Like it's just harder for him to get awake, and the fact that like he now has help. It's almost like that adrenaline and that
Just
fight
died out,
is like
yeah.
kind of bottomed out, so he's like starting to get tired, lose consciousness. You just grab like underneath his arms kind of and just like pick him up and then almost like turn him around like over your shoulder and start to walk. You can see blood kind of dripping slowly from your shoulder, like from where his stomach is rested on it. You can feel even like as you're walking, like the blood and like the wound kind of pushing around like onto your shoulder, and he kind of like you kind of like adjust, like you're not like, oh sorry, it's just kind of like a you know. You get into the hall kind of in a hurry once you're realizing like he's just like slowly like fading a bit, so you're kind of just like pushing things along. Carrying Einar into the hall, you kind of set him down in a hurry. Jarl Ragnvald is nowhere to be seen, but you know he's at least within like earshot.
Jarl! I kind of walk in, going looking for him.
Kind of make your way like towards the back. You can see him like kind of sitting at the end of the bed, like holding the one of his kind of, it's like an axe blade, not the one that Kane has currently, but it's just like an axe instead of a sword that he's just like kind of looking at. Kind of sets it towards the end of the bed.
Tap on the wall as I get towards the entrance.
Yeah.
Got something out here you might want to see. Guys, what was the name of the building?
Gatland.
Gatland?
Yeah, Gatland.
Gatland, bro.
Gatland.
You know what I'm saying?
Pull the block out of his
Got a guy here from Gatland who says he was attacked north of here.
Attacked. He kind of gets up quickly and starts to make his way over. Who are you? He kind of speaks out towards Einar, like kind of holding his stomach.
I
kind
probably
of
would
like,
have put him on the bench and then like brought him some water or something.
yeah.
Maybe some food.
At this point, like as you walked away and you, so you, Blocktash, went to go get the Jarl and you like set him down on the bench and then walked to go grab water and whatever, and came back and he's just like on the bench, basically. The Jarl kind of walks over. Is he alive?
Check his pulse.
He is alive.
Okay.
It's kind of weak and thready, but he is alive.
Let me, I'll cast Cure Wounds on him again with the second level just to give him some more juice.
Okay.
Sheesh. That's a good one. This guy's fucking healed up.
19.
He said.
Hello? You can tell, like, once you get over to him, you feel his pulse is like very thready and kind of weak, to where it almost feels like it's fading. Like the wound itself is just so severe that it's like just causing him to keep like kind of bleeding out profusely.
Yeah.
Like he's just slowly dying over time. But walking over and like healing the wound the first time you did, which is kind of like this quick like touch up. The second time you kind of reach down and like really focus and like push energy into it. You can see this kind of like, how would you explain like the magic of your healing?
So the heal, since it's kind of not from the subclass, it's kind of just general magic. It's gonna have like a green kind of energy that kind of exudes from my hands, and while I'm like working my hands around the like wound, it's not like very like strong and direct, but you kind of just see this green flow of energy casting out, and then the tablet that's on my body, like before I cast it, I kind of have one hand out, I reach back, I kind of touch it, I feel the runes that I'm going to use, and then I reach back out, and then I keep like kind of going around it, and then if you were to look at the tablet, that would be kind of glowing green too.
Alright, after you do that, you can see that he is definitely not like, dying, and he is healed, but he is unconscious, like needs rest type of thing. So he's just kind of like leaning there.
Well, he's alive, but I think he's just passed the fuck out.
You said he's from Gatland?
That's what he said.
What happened? Do you know?
He just came crashing into the stables, stirred up the animals, went to check and see what was going on, and there he was laying half dead. And I got him up. He just said he needed to speak with you. I asked him what happened. He said he got attacked by some people. So, I'm guessing to the north because that's where he's from. So somewhere between here and there.
All right, very well. Boktash, you will be in charge of keeping him alive, getting him well.
Bye.
We can keep him here for now. I'm sure people have heard or saw you walking in and need to know what's going on. For the time being, he just kind of like points over to a bench, and you see him kind of like point at the bench. Just pull that down over here. We'll set some things up on it and get him squared away for a moment.
I'll do it, yeah.
As you just kind of get wrapped up in this, you definitely can tell that he's very weakened. Healing the wound definitely helped. As far as your like knowledge, just make a medicine check for me.
Oh no.
8.
8.
I rolled a 2.
That's pretty good.
As far as like medicinal like treatments go, it's not really like your area of expertise, but you are familiar with, you know, treating some sort of ailments at times, and I would say most of that has probably been done in conjunction or unison with Steiner, who has a lot of the tonics and like elixirs to cure such things. And you, at least at the very minimum, know right now that he's alive. He's not actively dying. However, looking at the wound itself, it was very dirty, kind of gross. You've seen a lot of people die to infection, so you know that that's probably like the biggest thing that you'd be worried about. So trying to make sure that you get some sort of treatment or remedy, like reaching out to Steiner to get that to him, like is your biggest concern right now.
That I'll have right over there.
Yeah, and as you're doing that, everybody else seems to kind of be like gathering outside of the hall and like asking questions. Are you staying in the hall or are you walking out?
I'll probably just go back to work. Unless the Jarl needed me for something else. If not, then probably just go back to work.
Yeah, no, you walk out and he doesn't really say anything. Yeah, you make your way over to Steiner's house for whatever he'd be doing.
Are you inside, outside? I'm walking up to your house. I'm kind of just looking around. Head up to the door, tap on it a couple times with my staff.
I'll come from like around the back of the house where I was tending some herbs.
Steiner, you home?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, need your help.
What's going on?
Need something to clean a wound and possibly make sure it doesn't get infected. And
How big of a wound?
imagine maybe axe blade.
Okay. Yep. I have some salves in the house I can grab. I'll head inside.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all you need?
Maybe something to dress it. Just take care of it. It was pretty dirty and nasty. I
Okay, I have some bandages.
patched him up as best I could for now, but
Sure. Yeah, here, take this. You'll want to rub it around the wound and cover it with the bandages. Yeah. What happened?
some guy came crashing into my stables and said he got attacked.
Somebody from the village?
No, from the north, from Galand.
What were they doing over here?
Said he was looking for just mining prospects or something like that, but he came here and said he needed to speak with the Jarl, probably to let him know what the hell's going on, and
Were they attacked by monsters?
sounded like people, probably bandits or something. Kind of odd. We don't usually get a lot of.
I was gonna say I haven't really heard of many bandits in the woods to the north.
It's my guess because that's between here and there, and that's the direction he came from. So
Okay. Well, Alright.
You think there's anything else I could give him to help him heal up a little faster, or do you think you just dressing the wound and let him rest will be enough?
Yeah, hold on a second. And he goes back inside and you hear like clanging and grinding and probably like 5-10 minutes later he comes back out with like a small vial of brackish kind of liquid.
Okay.
Plug his nose and pour it in.
You got it. Thanks.
He pulls out a small pouch of herbs. If you need to wake him up, put that under his nose.
What the fuck is this?
I don't know.
You got something I can put this in? I don't want to just like hold them or put them in my pocket and forget about it.
He just goes back inside and comes out with a small burlap pouch.
Thanks.
Wait, you want to double pouch it? Or?
No, I think we're good.
He's got a double pouch,
fine.
man.
Okay.
Alright. Good seeing you. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Head back.
Goes back inside, you hear more clanging.
It's gonna refill his stock.
Yeah, I'll head back to the hall with the salve. Do pretty much exactly what he said. I'll use it. Wipe off the wound.
As you were outside, like the front of your house, you could see a lot of people gathering in front of the hall. Usually something like that draws everybody in the village's attention to and kind of brings everyone together, so you would know that you most likely eventually make your way that way. Sigrid, as well, like for you, like you'd see a lot of people walking towards the hall, so you would make your way, Kane being at the forge, you're kind of within, like, you're up on like a little bit of a hill, like from the rest of the village, like so you can see a little bit more, and you can see in the distance a lot of people kind of gathering. Thorsten kind of sitting there at the forge with you as you're finishing up the blades for the Jarl. What do you think that's about?
I don't know. You see anything?
No, it's a lot of confusion.
That doesn't look very exciting.
Let's go check it out. Just kind of gives you a smack on the back and then gets up.
Set the blade down. You see Frey?
I do not. Sure she'll find a way though. Alright. At this point, you guys are kind of all gathering out in the front. You just kind of take like one of those side doors in very quickly with all of the shit that you've kind of gathered. You can see these kind of set up over at a bench to the side. Furs and stuff kind of set up on it. Comfortable as could be. Like he doesn't really want to put him in his bed by any means, but just kind of set up there for you to do whatever it is you think you got to do right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna clean the wound off with the salve and then bandage him up to the best I can. Run some water over it just to make sure it's extra clean, and then I'll do what he said. I'll take the potion, plug his nose, kind of tip his head up, put his head back down, hold his nose, put the vial in, and then let him lay there for a while. Wait till the Jarl kind of comes back in, and
he makes his way out and sees you just kind of at work, tending to him as best you can. He'll live, yes?
I hope so, or I think so.
Even when he'll wake?
I think I can make that happen right now.
You can?
We can find out. Steiner gave me some shit.
Smacks the shit out of him. Think so?
Wham! Give me a bucket of water.
I'll open the little sack.
Come, bitch!
Alright, I'll put it up to his nose.
Yeah. You can see it kind of like...
I should have told him to pull it away after.
And then you like kind of hit it towards his nose.
Yeah.
You watch him kind of like sitting there, takes like a couple of breaths you can see, and then you watch him like...
Pull it away.
He grabs at his stomach as well.
You're awake.
Oh, you're awake.
Wow, I just woke up.
The Jarl kind of like stands over in front of him. At
I
this
didn't think
point,
that was gonna work.
when he sees the Jarl, he's kind of like sitting on the, like almost like laying on the bench, kind of up. Then sees the Jarl and kind of like, Lord, come to you with bad news. was with party, small little mining party. He traveled south in search of more mines, caves, whatever else, just exploring. He came across a decent group of, not sure what they were, thugs, bandits, or mercenaries, whatever the hell. They attacked us. Not sure exactly what they wanted, but I remember taking a blow to my stomach, and then when I looked up, there was nobody around. I came here as quick as I could. It's too far to make it to Gattel, and I wouldn't have survived. And without you, friend, I wouldn't have either. The Jarl kind of taking a step back a little bit. Never really dealt with anything like this around here before. But any attack on any Viking is an attack on all of us. Don't worry, friend. We'll make this right. He kind of looks down towards the end of the hall. You can see Katala, his wife. He kind of gestures over towards the door, to which everyone is mostly gathered out front. At this point, he gestures for everybody to come in. Katala kind of opens the door and kind of gestures her hands, so everybody starts to kind of pile in. Brodir, you, even though you went back to like kind of working and everything.
Yeah, after I would have came back
Corbin
just to
would've-
make sure that they didn't need anything.
Everybody in the village again gathered within the hall. You can see Einar is like sitting on the bench now, like leaning up against the wall. He kind of something to drink, anything?
Where the fuck did he go? Somebody's supposed to bring you some water. I'll get you something.
I did bring in water. What the hell?
No, you just forgot and went back to work.
What the hell?
You thought you brought him water and then you just went back to work.
You just
brought
bring
him
like a
this.
tankard and he takes
Yeah.
a couple of sips and
Why is that I keep
Here's what I was
drinking
drinking last night.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Then rinse it out.
the Jarl at this point.
You got that out of a
The
barrel.
large, broad orc kind of standing at the front of the hall. As many of you heard, or didn't hear, I'm sure we had an unexpected guest last night. Or early this morning, rather. His name is Einar. He is from Gatteland. He is badly wounded, and for now is alive, thanks to the help of Oktash and Steiner. I was able to speak with him briefly. He kind of like gestures over to Einar at this point. He explained to me that he was out with some of his other tribe mates, searching for caves, in search of new places to mine and explore. While out, they were attacked by some unknowns. He does not have many details right now, but when he gathers his strength, I have made the decision. It is very clear that the spirits willed him here, and his own strong will is what got him here. For now, everyone else will resume their normal duties. But an attack on our fellow Vikings is an attack on us, and I have decided that we will respond with violence and make an example of these attackers and show our support to Gatteland.
A whole lot of gang shit.
Loktash and Steiner, as the two of you have already assisted in keeping him alive, you will go with him.
Alright.
Brodir, Sigrid, Kane,
Out in the field. He's not
all three of you are skilled fighters in your own right, and for that reason I wish you to go with them. Put an end to these
we really need to go for it?
individuals, we'll call them. Give Einar time today to recover. When he is well, he'll travel north. He'll lead you to wherever it was that he remembers last, and from there, find these bandits, make quick work of them, and return home. Questions? Good. Spirits keep you strong and safe, Vikings. Einar at this point, kind of like sits up a little bit, and like, thank you, Lord. For the time being, do you have room in your home, Voltash?
Yeah, there's a bed.
See to his wounds and take care of
It's
them there.
my bed. We can share.
All right. You guys, I'm gonna push a couple of things along here. That way, we don't. The next 2 days, kind of going through, you guys begin making your own preparations. When you are told by the Jarl to do something, it's not a, yeah, I don't really feel like it. I don't know if that's,
Not feeling it today, bud.
I got this little cough going on, or no. You are honored to be asked. There is a reason you're being asked, and you're not like a revered like warrior by any means, but your skills over the years have been seen and known, and nonetheless,
about 'em.
other than that,
That's all you guys said.
your guys' positions within the tribe, if you were to go away for a little while, Hjaldir, who helps on the farm with all the animals, like, he can come over for a little while and tend to them, like take care of whatever needs to. It just doesn't do it with the same efficiency. So the jobs can kind of hold off for a little bit, you know. So saying that, you guys on this second day, you kind of just those 2 nights, like he seems like he's well enough to at least travel and kind of go. You can definitely tell that he favors that side a little bit and kind of like holds it when he exerts himself, like maybe picking the bag up or like getting up or whatever it may be. However, he kind of informs you, alright, I feel like I'm good to go today if only gather everyone up and we'll head out.
If you think you're good, then yeah, we'll do that.
Alright,
Don't want to wait too long, anyways.
aye, could be gone before we get there. So, saying that, Voltash goes round and round, kind of gathers everybody, even if he goes like to Kane and says, hey, we're gonna meet at my house or whatever it may be, and you just kind of spread the word and everybody eventually makes their way over. You guys all have your individual kind of little travel packs with you, a little bit of rations, whatever that may be, some water. Anytime you're going to leave the village, there's this kind of uneasy feeling, like you're kind of stepping out of your comfort zone in a way. You know that you're going to travel a little farther than you're probably used to, and some of you probably haven't even traveled this far before. So, at this point, I'm going to change now.
Probably the night before we were planning on leaving, I'm going to use. I'm going to cast Mage Armor and use Sorcery Point to do Extended Spell
Okay.
to double the duration of Mage Armor to 16 hours, so that I have it cast for the next day but don't have to spend the spell slot.
Got it.
Also, just
I
as
would have spent some time before leaving, kind of like training with Sigurd a little bit.
for Wild Magic Surge, do you want me to roll or not? It's your choice.
For the
To see if I
Blows his
armor?
house
hit
up.
the.
It's anytime you cast a spell, isn't it? Or is it
It's
just
any
at the
time I
end?
cast a spell, you can tell me if you want me to
Yeah,
roll.
we'll do it then.
Okay.
Damn, it was funny as fuck. You blew your house up first spell.
There's probably a lot of shit in there too that would not be good.
Yeah.
Guys,
chain
I
reaction.
can't go. Blew my house up.
Something happened.
All right.
Don't look over there.
Anything you want to do before you guys depart and start to travel?
I probably also, knowing that I was gonna go out, I already have like a little bit of a stock, but I probably would have just put like some sort of trunk on my porch, basically, just like saying, you know, whatever you may need, it's in here
Oh, okay.
for anybody in the village who might need like a tonic or a salve or something.
All right.
Probably just checking with Thorsten and make sure that everything's gonna be alright while I'm gone.
Oh, yeah. You just kind of make your way over.
I'm leaving today. Is everything going to be alright?
I think I'll manage.
Alright. I know your old bones can handle the forge like you used to.
He kind of gives like a smack to your arm. Spirits keep you.
Phrase around.
Yeah, she kind of just like peeking out.
You keep an eye on Grandpa. Don't let them get in any trouble, okay?
All right.
You're in charge.
Be careful, Uncle Kane.
You as well.
All right. And with that, weapon in hand, Einar leads you as you begin to head north of the camp, kind of behind Skalavik. You're kind of bordering the river as well. Much of this area, like most of it, you are familiar with it. It's just kind of like a large source of food and resources for the tribe, just like the surrounding forest. So each of you at one point or another have been this far, but not much further. The general rule of thumb kind of around the village is to not travel more than a day's worth away, unless you're on some sort of expedition or traveling with others. It's just inherently dangerous, and there really is not much need to go further than that, other than curiosity. The first leg of travel is light and easy. There's kind of this worn down dirt path that follows the river, kind of in the woods that again you are all familiar with, and it leads north, sometimes breaking from the tree line and running alongside the riverbank. So you're kind of going into the woods and kind of coming back out along the river before you can start to see the river is becoming more north of you than the actual woods are, just by the way that it bends and turns. You start to kind of take more of a northwest heading. The weather itself is mild. The sky is kind of slightly cloudy. It looks like it could rain, but it may hold off. As you travel throughout the first day, you can see Einar seems to be healthy for the most part, and is a pretty hardy fellow. He is lagging behind a little bit. He's still a bit sore from his wound. And at this point, he doesn't really have to lead too much right now, as you still, you all at least have like a heading. Is there anyone that would like to like lead the charge and like kind of any sort of marching order that you guys want to do?
Anybody got some good survival?
I have +4.
+3.
I got +1.
I got 0.
Okay.
I think I though would I probably also in that time would have prepared some more tonics to help Einar out and just maybe, get him up to speed again a little quicker.
Okay.
I chose my hobby to be map making, so I have cartographer's tools.
Oh, okay.
So as we're traveling, I'm going to be mapping out where we're going
Okay.
the whole time.
Gotcha.
Probably not like actively, but like whenever we take short breaks or something, I'll just.
I probably wouldn't be like leading. I probably would be in the front though, just like walking. Is really like just like at the head of the thing.
Got it.
I'd also say that I probably am kind of like looking around at nature, seeing if there's anything I could identify that would indicate the presence of other people or travel paths or something like that.
Got it.
Sounds like you're leading us.
Alright. So just have Brodir and Vaktash at the front, and then you guys can trickle in behind that however you see fit. The tonics and stuff that you create for Einar definitely allow him to actually take this long travel. You guys are probably like a good 6 or 7 hours in before he has to like actually like. I mean, there's a lot of short breaks in between where he's having to just like kind of like sit and catch his breath, and he probably takes a little bit of the tonic, whether it be some sort of analgesic like pain type of medicine or just like a little pick me up or drinking some water, whatever it is. But however, you guys eventually get to this point where you are now kind of like the river is basically, so you guys are like, I'd say, like there's this path you kind of take here on the river, and then like right where it starts to bend here is where you guys probably are roughly. So there's like still woods and stuff like in between here, like this area, but you guys are about here, and that takes you like a good, 8 hours or so just to get to there, and that's through like, easy travel on a road. But you also know that this area of woods is not very like big, so you know that wherever you are, you're probably close, as Einar kind of like says loudly as well. Shouldn't be much further, maybe 3 hours. As you're taking this journey also, you kind of starting to wonder how it is that Einar even made it this far with his wound, and it garners a bit of respect for him. You kind of revere him a bit more as Viking. No one matches the willpower and the resolve of a Viking, and his ability to travel over almost a day basically, or over a day to reach Skalavik in his condition is proof of that. There's more travel kind of as the day winds down, and you're now near the riverbank once again at that spot that I kind of just showed you. And you can hear the waters flowing, and the moon kind of shines across the top of it as it shimmers. Einar makes his way over to a boulder now at this point, clutching at his stomach a little bit as he pushes his back against it and slowly kind of eases himself to the ground. Gonna need the rest here, lads. If you stay northwest from here, you're sure to find signs of those bastards along the way. Well, this is where I leave you. I'm gonna head back to Gatland and inform Jarl Gorndal of your hospitality and quick response to assist our people. Hopefully they're all still alive. The Rockbeards will not forget this. Friends, and he kind of extends a hand out towards each one of you individually.
I'm gonna shake, and then I'm gonna give him like one last. This will get you where you need to go.
Thank you for saving my life, Steinar. Kind of reaches a hand out once more and kind of really, Voktash, thank you for saving my life also. Without you, I'd surely be rat food behind their stable, lad. You're a good man. Kind of gestures in and braces once more. You can see him kind of prepping, he's gonna rest here for the night. Takes out a bedroll, kind of sets up against some trees and just kind of gets ready, starting a fire. So it's up to you guys. You definitely could travel the rest of the way, and
I feel like we've already said our goodbyes. We at least gotta walk a little bit away, right? Maybe like an hour.
Yeah, it's up to you guys if you want to. It's just about it's starting to get dark. So it's up to you guys if you wanted to do this at night or during the day, or
He said we were about 3-ish.
that was prior. I kind of realizing the description I have here didn't really segue into that great, but you guys probably would have traveled those, 3 or so hours. There might be an hour or so more of travel that you would have to take to get to where you need to be.
Okay.
Have we seen any signs of people?
Yeah, interesting.
I'll say that everyone can make a perception check.
It's weird to play a character with no perception, but I've got +0.
Whoa.
6. It's
Jesus
pretty good.
Christ, I'm rolling like ass. Holy shit, I'm rolling so
Old habits
good.
die hard.
11.
15.
19.
6.
Hey, 6 squad.
Thought he was holding it because he rolled really high.
28.
Podcast, what did you get?
11.
11? Okay. So is your guys' decision going to be to keep going, or are you going to want to rest and then do this in the morning, or is this something you want to do
I want to check first if we see any signs of there were people here or something before making.
So you're definitely at least going to leave Einar where he was and kind of continue in the direction he had given you. So as you start kind of walking that way, you find this little bit of a clearing that you can see. You're kind of looking down at the ground, looking around. Rodir, you notice that the clearing itself does not appear to have any sort of humanoid travel through it. The branches and stuff are broken down, and Kane takes notice of that, kind of pointing it out. And you're not an animal expert by any means, but you can see that the ground itself is just kind of more like something was dragging when it walked through. And you kind of walk up and look a little more, and as you guys are kind of all looking at it, you can see that it's definitely an animal that probably pushed through there. But once you look around a little bit more intently, you can see this little, almost path that's attached to the road that you're on. It's not a path either that is very heavily traversed and frequently gone through, but you can see it's at least small enough, wide enough where people would be able to travel through, and you just kind of step up and look at it, and you can see that there are boot prints and such that are in the ground itself. Other than the actual prints and like tracks going that way, there's not really anything else that you see. You're the only one that sees the blueprints.
What's your name again? Sorry.
Volktash. Volktash. Volktash.
Volktash? I'd probably just tap Volktash and then just like point out the tracks.
Okay.
You guys see these?
Where?
Oh, I kind of bent down and
he's
like.
standing like next to him.
I'm gonna like bend down and
Actually,
like
already
push
looking at
the push the grass or whatever other brushes there.
That's
and,
like a footprint.
You're looking at it upside down.
Huh.
So
Might
there's,
be a footprint.
there's a footprint here. It looks like.
Should we follow it?
Can't really tell how fresh it is. Is it in like mud or like dried ground?
It's
or?
in mud.
Okay, so it's probably pretty fresh. Then.
Fresh?
Never tasted it.
It looks like whatever it was, it came like from the river, probably pretty recently.
So this looks pretty fresh. We might be able to catch up to them if we keep following.
Yeah.
How big is the footprint?
It looks like it's heading northwest.
Like average, yeah.
Okay.
Average size food.
I think we should just keep pushing.
Weirdly enough, that's more suspicious than it was
Okay.
big or small.
I mean, I'm getting a little tired, but I got a few more hours left in me. I think we can keep going. If we're this close, we may as well.
That's my thoughts.
Our job to stop these guys, or whatever they are.
Also, following the tracks.
You just stand there looking at it.
I still can't find them.
Eventually, we will follow the tracks. Let's get there.
We're following the
Clicked
tracks.
into a new area, the game's loading.
For real.
You need to download the shaders first.
Oh, I can see these two up there.
Yeah.
It's the HD.
Where's my loading bar? I need to know for sure that it's still loading. The game didn't crash.
Yeah, I'm buying new dice. I'm over it.
Nice.
Anybody want some dice?
I thought you were gonna. I thought you would buy new dice.
Here, this one, that one can't roll bad.
Yeah.
Like,
Mine's rolling a mix, so.
Is this weighted?
I just said I can't roll bad. That's all
I just hit 16 twice in a row.
Did it?
Yeah.
You did start off with a 4 there.
14, 14.
Like on, do you have it on your laptop or not?
Oh, I can
No,
open
I
it.
was just curious. That's all.
I didn't have it up,
Alright,
so I'm not
that's
sure.
You actually checked it. That's crazy.
Salted water.
Let's see.
Yeah. Check to see how it floats.
Cheers sheet.
What's new? That was a 3.
All right. At this point, you guys have
Keep using it.
found your way into some sort of a clearing of sorts. Let me adjust this too.
Damn, half of us are looking the wrong way. You
What
guys
are those-
better tell us what's
What are
happening.
those plants over there? Is that a mushroom?
Yeah, there's a mushroom.
Oh shit.
Mushroom over there.
Hold on, guys. We gotta check this out. I know we're on a mission, but I haven't seen these before. Bites one.
No, Steiner, no. No mushrooms right now.
Alright.
You guys
The bandit
Please come
right
back later.
here. He's like,
Take my mushroom knife.
I can stop on the way home.
Alright. Let's go.
Alright. Rodier, with your perception check, just kind of resuming this, you guys start to make your way through here, and you can start to hear, like, distant chatter, like, talking. Kane, I'd say that you actually take notice of it as well.
I'd give one of
making noise. I'd hush people.
Yeah.
What are you guys?
You hear people talking.
I didn't see the footprint, and I don't hear the people talking.
You can
Can
still
make
kind of,
anything out?
you can hear it, but you can't make out the actual like words.
We can tell the direction, right?
Yes, it's on. So like,
I'm kind of a sneaky big guy. I'm not gonna lie to you
other
guys.
side of
What's
this.
the stone?
You can hear it coming
Plus
from
3.
that. You hear it coming from this direction.
Alright, guys. Stay here for a moment. I'm gonna walk a little forward, and then I'm gonna wild shape into a bird of sorts.
A bird?
Just a burb, you know.
Like a bird.
Bat? No, here. Let me tell you what burb I want to be. Is he saying with a B, or am I insane?
I'm saying it with a B.
Okay,
Bird.
I was like, he could have said a D, but like.
A derb.
Just turn it into a turd.
Derb's crazy.
Maybe an owl?
Uh,
I got an owl right here.
yeah, I can do an owl.
No.
Giant owl.
Owls fly really quietly, so.
True. Almost completely silent.
Also, the bird you might have turned into might not have dark vision.
Oh, we gotta have it, right?
An owl has
Owls
to
do,
have it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Or a giant bat.
Screeching.
It's a zoo bat.
Okay. You are an owl.
Sure, turn your head all the way around and look at us before you fly away.
Flips us the
And
bird.
slowly close the eyes and open them.
Screech.
Can you guys see the screen good enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like
think
it's not like dark, it's fine, it's good.
No, I think
Cool.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just a regular owl. I can't be.
I think
Giant
even
owl until,
even
like,
on
level
the
8.
recording screen, it doesn't
No,
look too bad.
I don't. I have to read into that. I don't know why I can't be some of these. Yeah, what does that mean?
Hmm?
I'm confused about my wild shape shit right now.
What's the
What do you need?
confusion?
Well, I thought it was just based off CR, but it says some of these are unusable until certain levels.
Yeah, so you have like a maximum CR that you can use.
Yeah, no.
That's based on like flying and swimming, I think. It's on
Oh,
the other
okay.
page.
Oh, you might not even be able to fly yet.
Yeah. Yeah, no flying or swimming or speeding.
Oh, no flying speed.
Turn that on. Just an extra fan.
Alright, I like.
Okay, what do you want to be instead?
Just be a ground animal.
A rat.
I want to be.
Oh yeah, what is it? Like
Kind of swimming at 4th level and then flying at like 8th or something.
Mm-hmm.
is that true of non-circle of the moon? Because I thought those.
It's not circle of the moon.
Okay.
Turt, bro. Be a turt. Young turt.
Huh?
Turtle.
Yeah.
Could be a rabbit.
Actually, turtles.
They
are
might
Yeah,
kill
they're
me,
not-
dude.
They're not as slow as motherfuckers you think
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah, I'll be a rabbit.
tortoises.
Unless there's
Even
something else you
they can kind of go quick.
I got a
Tortoise in
rabbit.
the hair, fuck them
That
up, bro.
works.
You want to be a rabbit or a rabbit?
Rat.
Rabbit. Combination
Rat?
of both.
Just a rat.
That's a big ass rat. You're gonna be a rabbit.
Let him be the giant rat.
Or you can just. I'm just using this rabbit mini to symbolize you. That's all.
Let him be that weird, gross thing.
Giant
Go
object.
back. Let
That's
him
the
be-
same rabbit that do is hold it.
Let the rabbit be that weird monster.
Alright.
Just a beholder. This is the rabbit.
Yeah, rat has 30-foot dark vision too.
Is a rabbit?
So you're a rat.
Because you're a rabbit.
He hops. It's crazy.
Whoa.
I'm technically a rat,
He's hopping.
but let's go.
Are you doing that?
Yeah.
That's sick. This dude's hopping.
Alright. What's your goal
Grab
here?
me some of those
Go.
mushrooms.
Find the people talking
Okay.
and see what I can find out.
The second you get here,
Shot.
are you trying to. So give me how you running through.
I'm gonna be like in the trees,
Okay.
like kind of just inside the tree line, kind of scurrying.
Damn! Bro, that rabbit got hopped. That bitch jumped all the way on the tree.
He's a rabbit.
So you get to here,
Oh wait, what's that?
take another little hop, and you can see this guy standing here.
What is he doing?
He's just standing.
All right, I'll keep hopping along.
Hopping along.
Oh, jumped the tree.
Make a stealth check.
Oh,
There he is.
Snatch.
19. No, 17.
17.
They're like, oh, food.
You kind of get to like this edge of this.
Where's that paper towel?
Alright, I got 30 feet of dark vision, so.
My hands don't work sometimes.
Each one of these is 5, so you can see in here. And there's fire, so.
Do I need to move my?
So is that 1, 2, 3, 4?
With what you can see,
5?
you have 1, 2,
Oh, probably can't see that
3,
other way.
4, 5,
That's a lot of
and then right on the other side of this, you see another guy.
Alright.
And the guy before.
7.
7 people?
We can fight 7.
Let's go home.
I got twin spell.
It's only 6.
Twin spell plus chaos
3 here,
Bolt, which can
2
do
here.
people.
And then the guy.
And then the guy down the pathway.
That's 6.
What about
No,
the guy?
there's another guy.
Wasn't there a guy watching with the?
What am I missing here?
There's
Go,
a guy
go
down
south.
the
Go down. Go.
Bro,
Yeah,
you
there was
just-
the
guy
first
on
guy.
the path.
That guy right there.
That guy.
Yep.
That's 7.
Then I got 2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
6, or 7.
There's a guy over there to the right.
That's a horse.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, we're
Okay.
stupid.
Alright.
I just thought you said 6 in the can.
Oh no, I was counting all of them.
Okay.
We're on the same page, so.
So, alright. What kind of weapons do they have?
Scimitars.
Scimitar.
Interesting.
These guys are
Do
straight
we
up
have
dogs.
seen
dude.
scimitars before? Interesting.
What are they wearing?
As you said, that's definitely not a Viking weapon.
Looking at them, you can see that
It's not
some
a
of them have this kind of
Yeah.
like shawl wrapped around their face to cover their mouth.
Interesting.
They have very, very heavy clothes on right now that makes them look like way bigger. Like even this time of year, like they're wearing more than you would normally wear, basically. They have a lot of like heavy cloths,
Butt-ass naked.
silks,
I don't even get
like cloth wraps and things. Not a whole lot of leather. Everything's more of like a fabric than it is like a leather or fur.
Okay. Damn, these people are fucking up there in the world. They got like fucking cotton mills and shit. They can make fabric. Alright, I will,
hire 'em?
I'll head back.
No, we're gonna raid.
You guys see hopping out of the forest? Are you staying? Are you staying a rabbit? Or a rat, rather, sorry.
I see him draw his bow and be like, no, it's me! Telepathically into his head. Because I can still actually use that telepathic
Oh, that's
communication even when I'm wild shape.
Okay.
I looked into that.
Alright.
But yeah, I'll transform back.
Because I don't think you get the ability to
Rats in my
communicate
head.
in that form
I
until
don't know.
much later.
Yeah.
It's food, but he's talking to me.
You watch
He's like
this,
conflicted.
watch this rat scurry and crawl out of the forest. You draw kind of the bow and you hear Boktash's voice in your head telling you it's him, and then you watch him kind of like shape back into himself.
Alright, guys. Spotted 6.
6.
There's one guy along the
I
path,
guess there's 5 of us.
and there's 5 in the camp, just down
Did
the way,
anyone
maybe
of them-
100, 150 feet at most.
Was there like a leader?
I didn't really discern anything like that. I just saw some guys.
Okay.
They look kind of weird.
They have any animal companions or anything?
Couple horses.
Okay.
But yeah, they had these curved swords. I've never seen them before.
Like the blade?
Yeah, it's like instead of it being straight, it's just
It doesn't.
Have I seen it?
Why would
Skimitar
that-
before.
What's the purpose?
I don't know. They're wearing weird clothes too. It's not leather. It's like looks softer.
Like wool?
It looks like if you took a bunch of wool, yeah, and then you like dyed it and made it clothes.
Huh.
But
Should we try to talk to these people?
they didn't look very friendly.
Do you think they'll attack us if we try to talk to them?
Given that they have a guy watching their pathway,
I forgot to mention also,
They also were
You
talking about how to kill
saw
anyone who comes over issues.
inside of here,
You'll kill anyone who comes over.
people inside of this.
oh, is that like
Oh.
a cage?
Yes.
My guy was
They have
hesitant, but
prisoners.
now he is not.
they also have prisoners, so I don't think they would
We
take
gotta get
very
in
kind.
there.
The people inside the cages appeared to have on normal, what you would say to be like Viking
Viking
clothes.
clothing.
They looked like probably people from Gatland.
We need to save them.
I agree.
Did they look like hurt?
They're captured.
Okay, well, that doesn't really answer my question, but
I didn't see blood.
Well, we need to find out where they are from, who they are. Can't just murder them all.
did you? Well,
Rodeer's making his way towards the camp.
We could.
if they
He kind of already started moving when he said they were prisoners.
if they're from a different place, will we even be able to communicate with them?
Perhaps
We just leave
I
one
can
alive
communicate
then?
with animals. Maybe I can communicate with other people.
Okay. He's okay. He's walking from.
Yeah, you can see Rodeer is already.
He's halfway there. He's like 60 feet
Be-
away.
Rodeer,
He
there's gonna
has
be a guy
large-
coming up on your left after a boulder.
He has a large stride.
Alright, so I'll get you guys to like here.
I got
So
smaller legs than you.
from here, you can kind of already see him, essentially.
Does he see us?
At this point, no. So right here is where I'm gonna let you decide like what it is you want to do with that info. So Brody, you would have cleared it, right?
I have an idea.
Basically to here. Boom.
I see him.
Voltex tells you,
I'm gonna
hey,
message
there's
him
a
and be
good
like,
guy by that
"Behind you."
boulder.
And then.
And then you look over and he's standing right there.
Oh, the rep around the boulder. And then be behind him.
Oh wait. Well, if you went from the front, I can get him to turn around and you can bonk him on the head.
Either way, whichever way. As long as I'm behind him.
Just go forward.
I'm gonna start going forward, trying to not be seen, obviously.
Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
13.
13.
And as he's approaching, I'm going to use the message cantrip, and in his head, he's just going to hear, "Behind you!"
The guy right there?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'll roll your check with advantage.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Just roll.
I just
Yeah,
roll,
roll
just roll
one.
another dice. 15.
Okay. That's actually better, so that's good.
He was gonna say it's actually what you needed.
So, the message comes through. At first, when you were like walking up, so you're walking up, and you're trying to be quiet, like you are, but it's kind of just like this, like you start like walking up, and there's this brief moment where like you almost see him starting to take notice of you, like he's kind of like looking this way, and then kind of goes to do this, and then the message kind of comes through, and he turns around like quickly, but you can see him like getting ready to turn back around after he realizes nothing
fast
is there.
at him now.
Yeah. So you watch Brodier kind of like doing this like slow walk up, and then you watch as the guy like turns around and then gets ready to turn back around. He just goes like holding them all in one hand to a full sprint, gets up and then takes them all and just goes to take, like, a huge
I'm jumping, hitting him.
Go ahead and make your attack with advantage.
Doing the carnival.
As you guys are
bell
seeing
hit.
him do that, what's everybody doing?
I didn't think he was going to do that.
How many ranges do you get?
He's going to
I'm
crush
probably
him.
gonna come up and like look beyond where I saw everything else.
I will rage as I'm jumping in the air.
I'm going to duck
Alright.
behind something. I'm going to move forward though.
Oh shit. I'm gonna not hit him.
I'm getting in range so I can see him and knock an arrow.
15 to hit.
Why is my sound all fucked up right now?
If he's got higher EC than 15, we might be cooked, boys.
Then what?
15. So I hope I hit.
He's wearing cloth. It's probably light armor. Probably 14.
Kane, what you doing, brother?
I see him engaged. He's gonna get old fuck. I'm gonna kind of hustle my pace up along the tree line, trying to see where everyone else is.
Alright. Steiner, are you like kicking back still, or you want
No, I'm gonna move up a little. Well, actually, I can't even see. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move up a little bit. Maybe just duck behind the boulder.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think I'm good there. I assume my action for the round was just to do message. So.
Yep. Alright, and Sigrid, you are. I don't know what your range is.
I can see 60 feet, so, and then my range for my bow is
don't think I could see.
I'm 150, so
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Wow.
That's like 50 feet away, so.
yeah, that's fine. I can see this guy okay.
Alright, Bro Deer, your attack.
15 to hit.
15 hits.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Oh.
Bonk. 9 damage.
9 damage?
Yeah.
Alright, and Sigurd, you said you had an arrow
Yep.
knock, right?
Mm-hmm. Ooh. 26 to hit.
That hits.
A what?
Just making sure.
A 26? We're level 3, bro.
I rolled a 19.
Bro, that's not nat 20.
9 damage.
Alright, so with that,
I can roll a 19.
as you guys run up, Broder starts to just charge forward, fucking just smacks right into like the back, like neck area of the guy. You hear this loud like thud as he falls to the ground, kind of lets out this like hits the ground. As he's trying to get up, this arrow just sneaks its way through like to his chest while he's on the ground, causing him to fall and hit the ground dead where he is there.
Dead. Okay.
At that point, you can hear a lot of chatter and talking coming from within the camp itself.
They do, unfortunately, have to dip out voice.
Alright, buddy, so Julie, your character sheet at least? Do you even have one?
I don't have one. I would struggle with my printer.
Can you drop it in the Discord quick?
I will.
If it's on D&D Beyond, you can just send a link.
Oh, I didn't do that yet.
No.
Hold on. I can't.
How are you?
I think you sent it to me.
It was all in his head.
The whole character sheet?
Character sheet in his head. He's like that.
I'm confused.
I replied to the message, so your last message should just be able to link back to the backstory.
See you, brother.
See it?
That's the backstory.
Oh,
That's not a character sheet.
is there part of it?
Did he send you a character sheet at any point?
No.
Did he just have
Unless it's in there, I don't know.
Is it in the...
Backstory, maybe? Maybe there's a link to it in the backstory?
I don't know.
No. That's just a backstory. It's just a backstory. I don't have a character sheet.
Oh, did I link you the wrong thing?
I don't even know if you sent me one.
I did. I did link to the wrong thing, my
I have
bad.
a crossbow.
Crossbow?
Yeah, I'm just
Nice.
gonna pin it.
Where's javelins?
Oh, it's already pinned.
Also have a deck of cards.
Iroh, you do not.
It's pinned in there, Billy.
Okay.
Okay, Iroh's playing with
Oh
us.
yeah, there it is.
Huh?
I said
My
Iroh's playing
strength
with
is
us.
6 instead of 13.
The druid turned into a cat.
Yeah.
Go on, go. Alright. You watch this guy kind of take notice, and you start to just hear a lot of así, arriba, todo. You understand?
That wasn't Elvish, was it?
Oh, I know Elvish.
Dwarvish?
Dwarvish? Common.
Sylvan.
Billy-ish.
That was Billy-ish. Yeah.
Okay, it's Billy-ish.
Accurate.
Gotcha.
Gonna hug you.
You're a ranger with
Alright.
a companion? I didn't even realize.
Companion.
I thought you were a fighter this whole time.
Yeah.
With that, everybody roll initiative.
First session question.
Oh! Our first fight! Ooh, that's not good. That's good.
This nat 20 about to go hard.
True. Nice. All single digits.
Did anybody roll higher than a 10?
Yes.
What about a resident druid? Is that the laptop? That sounds like it's a fucking
Yeah, I just turned the fan on.
full ass fan. No, I just was scared that your laptop was about to
It
explode.
was cooling me off.
Alright, Botash's character sheet is in the Discord for trying to do that.
Let's look to see if I want to play a druid, you know.
Yeah, the big O over here.
I played his character whenever he was gone the last time. If I play it this time, it'll be a druid in the next campaign.
It's +3. Wow, I rolled a 3 again. Maybe this dice is not balanced. So that's a 6 for him, and it was a 5.
I got a 7. Shelby, you get an 8?
Do I have to play him?
You get a 4?
Good thing you use that wild trick to be a rat.
With how we rolled, 12 don't sound too bad.
Well, 12 plus my initiative.
I think wolves get like pack tactics.
Okay. Boktash's initiative.
6.
Rodeer.
7.
Kane.
2. Holy shit, brother.
Steiner.
5. They do get pack tactics. So if I think I'm gonna go wolf. If he has wild, he used 1. He gets 2. Because he'll get advantage on attacks for being if he has allies in melee.
Okay, why do I feel like you're fucking my shit up?
He is. He's not so.
Sigrid.
15.
Somebody's got to be above 10. It's not gonna be us. So.
Alright.
Hopefully this guy has a bow.
That's okay though. If I run into the middle of them and I hit the
This
wild
guy
magic
right
surge
here?
fireball, then it's an easy fight.
That's an easy one piece. You might one piece yourself, but. Fuck.
Let's see you guys. So, Sigrid, you're up.
I'm gonna move a little forward so I can see the actual path. that
Holy
everyone's
fuck,
on.
bro, you are so stealthy. I couldn't see you.
You're dang right.
I'm gonna move my movement.
Now you're a tree.
I am
It's just like playing Baldur's Gate.
There he is. He's in the trees. Trying to look at the floor below, but it just fucking won't let you.
It's just not loaded.
Trying to remember how the fuck.
I'll just use this.
got 35 movement by the way.
35.
35.
35.
Fuck, what?
Nice.
Wood elf.
Boar's pretty good too. Same amount of pieces.
Whoa! Stupid. I was thinking, wow, that's kind of a short distance, but.
That's better.
He's over here putting me in the trees. Zip lining.
You can just zip line and by shoot.
Okay, so that dude's son of a bitch. What is this button?
Interesting. Wow.
Let's just do suggestive movement.
The boar is cool because he can get one extra turn in the boar form. So if the boar takes 7
there you go.
There you go.
7 tiles.
There you go.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so there's
Now,
an
do I
option-
see anything?
There's an option in the ruler
For people.
for people.
Oh.
What do you know?
Now looking forward, I got
Me.
60 feet.
Okay.
60 feet of
That guy's still alive.
yeah, 60 feet of dark vision. Do I see anything ahead of us?
Such a dick. He knew this was what was gonna happen.
You can't see anything.
That's 50 feet.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, I still don't see anything.
Yeah.
No,
Okay, that's fine.
this guy's dead.
Emote? You can make that motherfucker dance on us?
Guys, does anybody have like torches or anything?
I have some in my kit, but I'm not gonna use them.
I have no
Is
dark
it like
vision.
that dark owl where we can't like see that far? Or is there still like moonlight?
There's moonlight, but it's very dark.
Oh my god.
I didn't take any light cantrips, so
Especially like in this little patch right here. Like this is dark as shit.
What if one of us taken a torch?
I
Could
can
have one
see
of us
the
have
thing,
taken
You
a
have a
torch?
torch.
well, I
you
have
a
spells.
torch.
I don't need to be able to
Fuck.
see.
If you have a torch in your pack, you have a torch.
I didn't look at what's in my pack.
What pack do you have?
I don't even know.
I magically take it out of my inventory.
I gotta look at the background again. That's where you get your
All
pack,
right.
right?
Sigrid, that's your turn unless you want to dash.
Do I have torches?
No, I'm fine.
Fine there.
Lighting a torch probably isn't smart. They'll probably just all shoot at me.
Torches.
Actually, I'll dash. I'll just go to where those mushrooms are back there.
Grab some
Over here?
for me.
No, there were some over on the right side.
I do have
Like,
torches.
yeah, where those trees are.
There you go. Idea to light one.
That's fine.
I got a half empty bottle.
Perfect. That's great. I can see now.
Half empty bottle of what?
Doesn't even say.
Yes, for sure.
I have rusty manacles, dude.
That could be anything.
Was that your slave background or something?
We could arrest one of them. Put them in handcuffs.
Good idea.
Rusty ones? Give
Hey,
them tetanus while we're at it.
if they want to move, that's on them.
So I guess we're attacking the light. Damn, can they all see in the dark?
That's 4.5. Oh, they dashed.
I don't think the lights can see in the dark.
It's funny watching.
You got dark vision.
Yeah.
I got dark vision.
You guys are gonna be fighting them, and we're not.
I need call outs.
Yeah, call it.
Better call outs than we had for looking chained up. Chained together, not chained up. Chained up
That was
sounds
you.
like
Is a different turn.
chained up sounds like a way crazier game.
That's one of those anime games you see on Steam's front page. New and trending, chained up.
Yeah.
I do not have dark vision.
Nice. Me either.
Watching D&D on this one, I keep hearing like Baldur's Gate sounds in my head. Like the dash or the like when he raged started that.
Yeah. Where's number 5?
One of them got smacked. That's it. You could let the people in the cage out.
Oh, I ran over because I wanted slaves.
Can we see the campfire in the distance?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna head towards the campfire because I can't see.
Gonna sing a campfire song.
Honestly though, if you guys light it up, I can twin spell some spells and hit multiple people at once.
I am no torch. Have a no
Oh, there
torch.
Not a single?
Not a single. No torch, not a single.
Protecting the daddy. You would've gotten far though.
They would have been gone. Or they would have ran into us.
That's what I was trying to make sure there was no like tracks near us.
Alright.
Yeah.
What's the order?
Brodir.
I'm going after him.
Do I hear them at least?
This guy ran right on you.
Oh shit!
You sure hear that,
You
man?
can see the fire.
Like,
too.
so,
Oh,
just
I didn't
because
see
you
that.
have, like, you still
No, I
have
know you can
normal
see.
people vision.
Yeah, I know you can like kind of see, but like.
Yeah, no, you can still make out that there's people over here. Like, they're moving, there's shapes and shit, but like, you don't have a efficient sight of them to make an attack on them, unless they're within your dark vision. It's basically all the dark vision.
Is this the turn right after the surprise round?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, so I still would have rage because I hit that guy.
Correct.
Alright. I guess I'll hit this guy too.
You gonna hit him?
Bonk.
Natural 20.
Yep.
I'm not hitting this guy. A 9 to hit.
9? That's a miss.
Crazy. 9's a miss.
Can I shove him?
No.
I've been playing a lot of Boulder's Gate. Be shoving everyone. Even when I got 4 decks. Like, bitch.
Shit, I'll shovel people with a fucking warlock. Got fucking 8 strength.
Gotta shove him off the cliffs.
Closer than
I do want to pivot around him. So I'm behind him, but I won't actually be behind him because I'll turn around, but I want to be where he's not even here. He doesn't even know what's happening.
I'm listening.
He's listening.
I want to be where
Pivot
my...
around him.
Huh?
Want to pivot around him?
Yeah, so I am the guy that the other people will go to.
Like here?
Yeah.
Do you want to still
Draw
face him?
aggro.
Yeah.
You want to still face him, or you want to face him?
Yeah, I want to look him right in his back of his head.
So in like one motion, you basically like take this swing, and he just like ducks underneath it, while like holding a blade up, and then like turns, and you're like pacing around to where he kind of walks around you. Ow! Just karate chop this fucking.
Nice.
Now that I know that you can change
Yeah,
your
we're playing the victims, did they?
All right, whoever
change your
wants to do
code or your
backdash.
path every time.
How is he up?
Yeah.
I don't want to go like wolf
Does he
early.
have dark vision? I guess I have his character sheet.
You can, at least in Boulder's Gate, you can change what.
Well, there.
I
that's a
don't
different
see
rule
anything
set.
about having
I
dark
guess that is
vision.
true. I'd have to look.
Does a wolf get dark vision?
I'll look before I start saying shit.
I'll just be on his character sheet.
He himself.
I didn't see it on there. So. Wolf. I guess. Yeah. All right, I'll do wild shape into a wolf, and I mean, I assume the wolf doesn't have dark vision, but it also has advantage on hearing and smell checks. So I assume you could probably find him. The guy that Brodir's fighting.
Whoa. Heat map. Who's got that vision?
Alright,
Right.
so you shave into the wolf,
Yeah.
and then just run up on
I mean,
this
just
guy.
Yeah.
turns into splinter cell.
And he's gonna make a bite attack. And
Numbers popping up above their heads. That's what.
Yeah,
That's what way we have to
so
kill them.
I guess my question: is he at disadvantage because of the dark?
See, I would say no.
Okay.
Because it's not like pitch black darkness. There is a little bit of moonlight. It's just more seeing people like further away.
All right, then yeah, he does have advantage.
I should have held my action. I didn't think about it.
17. 11. Okay, so 17 plus 4, 21 to hit.
Yes.
Okay, that guy needs to make a strength saving. 4, 6 plus 2, 8 damage.
16
Okay.
For strength save.
Yeah, he's good. He doesn't get knocked around. Alright. That's it.
So,
Yep.
how much damage? Sorry.
8. 4, 2, plus 2. Yes. 8.
Alright. Sniper.
Okay. I'm gonna
Kane, you're on deck.
peer out from around my boulder.
Okay.
Can I see that guy?
Yes.
Okay. I kind of want to keep running forward, but I think I'm gonna hold off on that.
Yeah, if they have an eye above them, they're in line of sight.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to.
My thing though is I don't know like what obstructs this. No, you're good.
Okay. I'm going to let the chaotic energy inside me well up and hurl a massive chaotic energy at him.
Yes, because you can't see this now.
And I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt against that guy.
Okay.
Could still hit. 14?
14 hits.
Cool. Okay. Alright, so that is a 2d8 plus a d6 of damage. This first
Whoa!
This first
No,
d8.
it's anybody to see the.
Hey, do that again.
Hey, do that again.
Wait, what?
Show the gang, bro.
Beam.
Yo, really hitting that.
So I would say you probably see it's almost like two serpents of energy fly out of his hands and they kind of swirl together as they hit him. Alright, so this will determine damage type. 3, so that's fire damage. Alright, so 3 plus 1 is 4 plus a d6. 1, 5 fire damage.
5?
Yep.
Alright.
Cooked.
And that was a first level spell. Do you want me to roll?
I do.
Okay. Alright. On a 1, I trigger a wild magic surge. I'm good. So now on a 1 or a 2, I trigger a wild magic surge.
Alright, so you take your hand and kind of shoot it forward. You see this red and green swirl of energy as it turns into fire at the end of it, slamming into the chest. You can see as it slams into the chest, there's this dark black hole almost that gets burned as he just like falls to the ground with this last kind of like gasp of breath.
I didn't mean to hit him that bad. Alright.
He is dead.
I'm gonna move. Can I move right to
Well-
kind of behind? Yeah.
Like over here?
Right. Yeah, right there's pretty good. I still kind of want to be able to see the fire, but that is pretty good.
Okay.
60 feet? No, 30 feet.
Sigrid.
I'm back up.
Yep.
Did you go?
Oh no, sorry, Kane. You're right. My bad. Last one.
You're just that slow.
Yeah. Rolled solo, I skip around. So who
So
do I?
you can see the movement and hear them kind of yelling in a tongue you do not understand, like the language you don't understand. You just watch these two get killed, and you can still hear yelling and commotion and see their blurs of their shape running down this path here, basically.
Alright, guess I'll start running towards him.
Okay. How much movement do you have?
30. Could I make it to in range of them with another move?
If you dash
Yeah.
with that guy, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
wait, let me see. I think so. Yeah, you're close enough.
And then I'll use my adrenaline rush to dash as a bonus action.
Oh, okay.
I gain 2 temp HP. I swear that I never took off the dry erase markers.
I've got. I put them over here. Got this big ass one. Got this one.
A little bit.
Does anybody else need a dry erase that didn't have one?
Got
Got
the
another one
tablet,
physical
blank
sheet
sheet.
to do. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I need to get like a monitor that I can like mount right here.
So close. 25.
Give him monitors.
Sorry, what did you get?
25.
Oh yeah, that rolled a 19, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Is the brightness changing repeatedly?
It's
Can
like
we roll that with Great Weapon
damage.
Mastery? Oh yeah. That's 15 damage.
15.
Yep.
15.
Are you Great Weapon Mastering to success?
It's gonna kill him, for sure.
How much you do?
Any specific way
15.
you want to do that kill there? Running up?
I'm just like, since I'm in a full dash sprint, I'm just using the momentum, just pretty much like run through him with the sword.
Yeah, you take the sword and like, it doesn't like quite cleave him fully like in half or anything, but like it cuts through like the arm and then part of the chest to where it just like chops the arm off. It falls to the ground, and then the blade itself, it being so big and heavy and like well made, the way you carve it in,
Well
it just
made.
causes like this big splash of energy, like blood to fly out.
Remember that. Yeah, I got Thorsten when I get back.
Well made.
All right, now we are. Sigrid.
Alright.
We gotta find you now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching.
I'll buy those mushrooms, remember?
Sigrid!
There's a dot right. Oh no, that's the dot from the thing.
There I am.
Unless you have just a list of characters on the side, like
Found 'em.
playing Baldur's, and you click on someone and go to them.
I'm going to
That might actually be an option on this. I don't know. Okay.
I want to get in range so I can actually see these guys.
Okay.
Like with my dark vision.
Just like run up through the woods a little more.
Just a little bit. I want to see what they look
Why
like.
is it trying to go?
I think if you drop me, I'm good.
How far up do you want to go those way?
Oh, I don't want to go up the tree.
No, I meant like forward.
Oh. Do like half my movement. We'll see where we're at. So 3.5. Yeah. All right.
Did the guys get closer to us?
You have 60
There
feet,
we go,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, 60 feet full dark
I think
vision.
he does.
Well, as long as everybody else.
I can see 2 of them at least.
All right. Can I? So what does my other half of my movement get me? Can I?
Like
can
forward?
No. Can I go to the left? All right. Yeah,
There?
drop me there. And then, are those 2 look like they're in a line to me?
I'd say so.
All 3 of them look like they're in a line.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Sigrid's going to knock an arrow.
Alright.
And you're going to see.
Nothing, because they don't have dark vision.
Yeah, they're not going to see anything.
Like
Some
glowy thing.
some like lightish blue runes on the front of the arrow tip will start glowing a little bit, and he will shoot it off using a piercing arrow.
Alright.
So it creates a line 1 foot wide and 30 feet long. Each creature in that line must make a dex save or.
Damn, I wish I would have known.
Okay.
So
both make a dex save?
Yeah.
First one. 13.
That's a success.
And second one. Oops, shit. Saving it. 9.
That's a fail.
Okay.
So I still roll for an attack on the one guy, and then
Okay.
the other guy fails, I think. At least reading this, that's how it makes it. It says on a failure, creature takes damage plus, takes damage from the arrow plus extra piercing damage, or half damage on success.
That is. What did you say it was? Piercing arrow?
Yeah.
Is it a spell?
No.
Or is it like an ability?
It's an arcane shot.
Gotcha.
Xanathar's Guide, page 28. Or maybe page 28 is just the class. Either way, it's in that roundabout area.
I can do in the future I can do Mind Sliver to give them minus a D4 on
Page
their,
29.
on their saves.
Bottom. Oh, you don't make an attack roll for the attack. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it says like the first.
It didn't say that in the thing that D&D Beyond spat out for me. So it's like a spell.
So it takes the hit from your arrow damage though, and an extra d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cool.
That's
Free
pretty
hit without having to roll.
Yeah. Well, the guy takes the arrow damage. The second one takes the arrow damage
And then-
and the extra d6.
Yeah.
And then the first guy takes half that damage. So 12 damage to the full and then 6 to the half.
Nice.
Alright, so the arrow goes basically clean through this guy. You can see this kind of runic symbol kind of hit onto the fletching as Sigrid lets the arrow fly, and you watch it flying through the air. It's almost like the energy doesn't fully bolster itself. Like it goes through the first guy and it kind of knocks him back a little bit, but you can see it almost like rejoins on the back half and forms into this arrow that's kind of swirling around that slams into the chest of the guy behind him, causing him to like completely go on his back. You can see blood kind of splatting up in the air as he's falling to the ground, killing this guy.
That was crazy! I mean, what? I didn't see that.
Alright. Bandits.
Run!
Only
They're not running. To the arena.
He's actually only got one tile of movement.
Okay, so this guy runs up with the scimitar, and he's gonna start to make an attack. Sorry, not some.
So we're playing honor mode on.
No, multi-attack and hit you 4 times. Beep, 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 beep. You're dead.
Out here with them knolls.
Cool. You're dead and he killed you on the ground. You're knocked unconscious and he killed you on the ground.
It's gonna be a 5 to hit.
Close, but no.
And then the guy that's in the back is gonna.
Throw a scimitar, well, I don't have a bow.
No, they don't hit dark vision.
Yeah, I'm throwing this out there. This campaign, we gotta incorporate a lot of short rests here. After every fight, we got a short
I don't remember. It was like here.
I don't think I get anything back for that, but
Not until you're later on. I think it's like 17. You get half your stuff back on a short rest.
I'm not gonna lie, I might start jumping every single fight. Move halfway, jump fucking 30 feet. That's what happens in fucking Boulder's Gate for some reason. Like, what? I don't even think that's how the jump is supposed to work.
I don't think it does.
Are you gonna get like right here and then just
In
shoot
this
across the
right.
lip at you?
Pretty sure this is only your strength score.
11.
Miss.
Alright.
Maybe in the new handbook.
Rodeer, you're up.
Can I make it to those guys?
No. Of course you can.
got 6 tiles or
Jump.
Shit.
jump.
Can I move 3 tiles and then jump them? I would have an extra 3 feet.
That's where you were.
Yeah. This is stupid.
Are you actually trying to jump?
Can I make it without jumping?
No.
Can I make it with jumping?
I don't know. Honestly,
I
we
don't think so.
fucking never really jumped
No, it doesn't.
before like that in combat, so I don't know.
Well, it's 3 times your strength, right? Or no, that's with the jumps.
I couldn't find jumping in combat in the book.
It's in the
Jumping,
special
it's-
combat rules section.
It's in movement.
There's this
Page
which tells you 182.
182.
Yeah, but it just said how far you can jump. It doesn't say.
I don't think this is the right section. It's in combat, I'm pretty sure. There's like specialized movement. Or like specialized actions or something. I think it's further.
190.
gotta be a roll to it.
Well, there definitely is. Searching for it. It's taking forever to load.
If we, I'm just saying, if we go off Boulder's Gate, I could jump to them. Oh wait. Oh, that's getting up.
Movement and position.
The special types of movement
That's what it
section
is.
in Chapter 8 gives particulars for jumping, climbing, and swimming.
Yes, that's what it was.
While they're doing that, I'm just gonna try something really quick.
Here's
no-
Chapter 8.
Holy fuck.
There's jumping here.
That's pretty sick, huh?
This thing's sick.
Fill up. That's why I'm drinking eventually. Don't
Oh,
have anything else to
chapter
drink.
8.
I think there's like a.
Movement. Page. Yeah, that's just where I was at before at 182.
Your strength determines how far you can jump. Long jump.
Yeah.
Up to your strength score.
Yep.
Are you trying to put that back here?
Yeah, I think it might work.
It just says I have to move. It doesn't
Watch
say
your drink,
like
Sean.
anything extra for like.
Yeah, that cable might be pushing.
Main on the strip. But
Yeah, I gotta find a fucking.
If it works, then
Oh.
taking up less space for you.
that's gonna be blocking us looking at you.
It's an experiment. We'll figure it out.
I just
Either
need a
way, each
different,
foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. So it
You
wouldn't
can't
change anything.
run and then jump a ton.
So it wouldn't change anything, probably?
No.
Not unless you have the jump spell. Which would be triple the distance.
That's so sad.
You can just dash to him.
Unless this is one tile between you and this guy. But I don't think so. It's like 1.5. You dashing or you just standing right there?
Throw your maul. Does your maul have reach?
I don't think so. Where's the other guy? The runner.
Way back there.
Is there a guy who's running away?
Yeah.
No, not.
He was further
You guys
back.
said run away.
He
He's
started
right,
running.
He's right here.
No, there's two guys. There's another guy back there, I swear.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Bro, you made one of them run, I swear.
No, he's supposed to be running toward you guys. Where
Yeah.
the fuck did I put him? Wait, no.
No, the other
No,
two
they're all
are dead.
dead.
Oh, you did
Yeah,
make him run
that's all.
fast. Okay.
Yeah, you're right up.
What?
Heavy two-handed.
Oh, that's it?
Are you dashing up on him or no?
Can I throw my maul?
Sure. It's not a thrown weapon, so you have to make a like improvised weapon attack.
How's that work?
You just don't get proficiency.
I'll
Just
just-
be a D20 plus your strength.
You don't have any javelins, do you?
No. I don't think. I'll dash and get in between the two.
Step on
Like
that
flank
guy.
around?
Yeah, I'll stand right on his up.
His mom doesn't understand his feelings.
Alright, fuck dash.
In his wolfy form. Nope. How much movement does he have? He's got 40 movement. What is that? 7 tiles? 8 tiles?
8. There's 7 right there.
Got 1 tile.
That'd be 8.
Jump. No. I don't know, because even if he dashes, he just takes he might take unnecessary damage. He'll stay there for now. Actually, he's gonna use his telepathy thing. Can he do that on people who aren't willing?
I don't think so.
We just did it to one of them.
What's the ability called?
He didn't
I think
message.
it's his.
Message.
I think it's his.
Mind
priest.
link.
Yeah.
So none of them ran away.
Nope. Just these two right here, as far as you know.
It's an action to grab someone, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Watch bear hug this motherfucker.
It just says any creature you can see. So it doesn't matter if they're willing or not.
Okay.
I think he's just gonna reach out and say, "Who are you? Why are you here?" And it says, you can.
You can understand.
Well, he can use his action to give that creature the ability to speak telepathically with you for 1 hour. So he's going to do that, and then you don't need to share a language for it to understand your
73.
telepathic speech.
All right.
45. 250.
I don't know what that's going to accomplish because you've already started fighting, but
That's like a half on two things.
unhalf it.
Alright,
35.
can you do it as a wolf, or does he have to no longer be a wolf?
It doesn't matter. It's just he can just do it.
Okay.
I'm like just seeing where it ends up.
Is there a limit on how many times?
Actual one?
No, it doesn't say there's a limit. It's just he can only do it on one creature at a time.
What's the cleric thing you rolled at the 100?
Divine intervention.
Oh, I hit it.
Nice.
Hold one.
Alright, so what does he say exactly, Joe?
Who are you? Why are you here?
Alright.
I don't know if there's anything else he would say, but he's not here, so.
Yep. In,
You can make
Montesh's
anything.
head, he hears the voice kind of peer through. We are Amatale.
Oh my god.
That's it.
And I'm guessing he's not familiar with that term.
Not at all.
Gotcha. Interesting. Alright, well he can't move anymore or anything, so. Whoever's after him.
Alright. That is you, yeah, Snyder.
And where am I? Am I tucked around the corner here?
I think you, tucked in like where,
Okay, there I am. Oh, I'm actually further back.
right here.
Damn, I'm so far back. Okay, I'm going to move up. I'm gonna actually tuck right behind Sigrid there. Yeah. And I'm going to do Chaos Bolt again, and this time I'm going to twin spell it with a sorcery point to
Okay.
hit the guy standing to the left and right there.
Got it.
Alright, let me mark those off. Sorcery point spent, spell spent. Oh, that's probably not gonna hit. 10?
Miss.
Okay. Do I roll, since it's 2, do I roll another one? Okay.
Damage and everything will be separate for him too.
That one's gonna be 17 to hit.
That hits. So the second guy on the right gets hit.
Alright. And then damage type 4. So 4 is force damage. And then 5 force damage. And plus 5 more. 10 force damage.
Alright.
And that's another spell. You want me to roll again?
Yes. 1 or 2, right?
Yeah. 15. So now 1, 2, 3.
Alright, same thing, you shoot it outward. It splits off into 2 separate ones. The one going towards the one directly to the left of Kane there, it's just kind of like going up towards his head, and he just kind of like ducks out of the way to where it slams behind into the ground. The other one slams so hard into the shoulder, you actually hear this like
like loud popping noise as it like forces the arm up and out of place. You see him like, and then he's like holding the scimitar in one hand as he was like holding a crossbow before. He just like completely drops it and then like goes for the blade in his side sheath.
Yeah, I will say they don't really move in a straight line. They kind of like move in like really unexpected and erratic patterns as they kind of fly towards them.
Got it.
Hard to dodge.
All right, Kenyon.
Misses that swing and catches him soft off balance a little. She's gonna like shoulder check him and knock him back and come down on him with the
All
sword.
right.
That's a 19.
Hits.
That's 10 damage.
Again, another kill.
Right down into the collarbone there.
A loud like.
Boom, boom.
I'll run, kind of just hop around to the other side of that enemy. Make a large dude sandwich.
Nice.
This kind of really shows how big fucking Brody is right now. He's a big fucking dude.
Big fucker, dude.
No shoes.
No, he's got the dogs out.
He can
babe.
just like palm that guy.
His
Just-
piggies are out all the time.
We got
Like
OF content for days right here.
like
boys.
his head's
Only feet.
You can see, even in his current circumstance, just kind of like looking up with the blade, is like pointing like up towards you almost, and like takes the blade like over towards his neck almost, and it's just like, Amarat Santana, Indaravast, Indarast.
You heard that?
Good talk, dude.
So you're up. You can kind of hear this whispery voice coming from there, and you see him like pointing right up at Brodir, like widening his eyes and like pulling the blade like almost across his neck, as if he's threatening him even in this current circumstance.
A for effort. I'm gonna shoot an arrow at this guy.
Yeah.
Just a normal one. Roll. 20 to hit.
Free action to speak. He's just gonna ask, what did that mean in his
What you done?
This is the one he telepathically linked to. Is this one?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that died.
And his
Sure,
next
just
one.
get disconnected.
It was only 4 damage.
Alright, he only had 1 health left, so
Oh.
that's it. Arrow flies through right as he has like the one fucked up shoulder, and he's like pointing at you with the blade and like doing that, and then you just watch an arrow go clean into one eye socket as he just like crumbles down onto the ground.
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Oh!
Surprised.
Okay.
Is there a guy left?
No, it's all of them are all dead.
That's it?
Yep.
We think.
Yeah, as far as we know. I'm scared that
It's
there's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. That's how many we counted.
Anybody take damage?
100.
You took 100 damage? Did you do it to yourself?
Who knows?
You eat a herb while we were combating that almost killed you?
Mhm.
I said almost killed you, like 100 damage wouldn't kill you and then full kill you.
101.
Rodir and Kane, you guys can see light kind of glowing from the other side of this rock, essentially.
Move that rock, bro. There's something behind it.
The horse run away?
They're like tied to the.
No, they're tied to the
Oh,
wagon.
sick. I think we unlocked a wagon here is all I'm seeing.
Well, it might be from. They might have taken it from Cataland.
What would you guys like to do?
So we gonna loot them or is it gonna be me?
Power
Is
walk
it all
over
of
there.
them? Guys?
You watch
Just
Rodir
walk
and
away.
Kane start walking.
I go back and collect my arrows if I can collect any.
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh gosh.
My first thing, I'd be like running over to because
A 3?
There's a big ass mushroom right behind you. Though.
no, I would be running to the people in the cage because Voktash mentioned it. So I'd be running over to try and help them. Guys, come help me get this cage open.
I'd open the cage.
There is a sizable kind of lock on it with a skeleton key spot in it.
Break it. What does the lock look like? The
Looks
rest
like
of
a scorpion.
Stand back in there. We're gonna get you out of here.
You can see one of them appears to be unconscious. One of
Not-
them is
Oh, the
definitely
people in
awake.
the cage.
Those of you who are conscious, stand back.
Pull that guy away.
Pull that guy back. This cage might just collapse when he hits it. He threw a guy 40 feet yesterday.
He doesn't know his own strength.
Yeah.
A 15 to hit. Like, I guess I'm probably hitting the cage. It's probably not like a.
It's stationary.
I'm not the most precise guy here.
15?
I'll try to aim for the lock.
Left eyeball?
What's it made out of? Metal?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not enough.
You purchased enough damage to it. Give me the 19 to hit iron.
Oh my, give me a 9.
I can. Well, then I can only get one person out.
All right,
Let's say
let's,
I can Misty Step in.
let's
Wait,
do the
you
sensible
can,
thing. I'm gonna go loot the guys
wait.
and see if they had a key on them.
They have a key on them.
Okay.
Okay.
What else do they have on them?
It's gold.
I'm thinking everything.
Can I do
Shoes, pants,
ray
wieners.
of
I'm taking it
frost
all.
on the lock to make it easier for him to smash it?
I'd say yeah, you get advantage with that.
I just
Okay, I
Yank that boy off.
Got a lollipop for the road.
I'll just like dunk my hand in some
Cold
water,
enough outside.
and then
a
I'll hold it on the
frozen
lock, and it
Dixicle.
just solidifies. All right, so you have advantage because I froze the lock.
I'm gonna walk over and unlock it with the key if it works.
It's frozen now.
If not, if I can't unlock it,
I
now it's
froze
frozen.
It's frozen. Well, the key won't go in.
I didn't know you were going to look. I didn't know you were going to look for the key.
I'll
So-
break it.
You got advantage though.
That's 23.
Yeah, enough damage. And like, you kind of walk away, you have the key, you just come back and like, and it just kind of shatters and
I
breaks.
wish I'd known you found the key. That was a good lock.
Start keeping locks.
You say
Alright,
no
so
to
you
a
can
good
see
lock?
inside of the cage now.
Can you fix that lock? Looks pretty mangled now.
So what I need to happen. So Brodir and Steiner, you two basically just went over to here, right?
Yep.
Okay. Kane, anything you wanted to do differently? Or?
Yeah, my prerogative is just to
I'm
try and
alright.
help people out.
Sigurd, I'd say you get an arrow back, and it's the one you shot right there in the
How
guy's
much,
eye.
how much
You stole it
GP I
from me,
get
right?
though, you know? I'm a gold
Yeah.
dad.
I might just inspect the people that we just killed.
Okay. Just kind of turn around and go back.
Yeah. I saw them dealing with the prisoners.
Stay safe over there. Stay with your battle buddy.
Just make a general like wisdom check for me. Sigurd, if you could, after you collect your arrows, what you want to do?
I was gonna look through their tents.
All right, make a perception check for me.
13.
Nice.
Perception. That is a 10.
10. Okay. Alright, so, Kane, you looking over the bodies, this with them is happening prior to you guys actually getting the cage open.
Okay.
The only thing you can really hear right now is like the fire kind of crackling. Kane, you walk over and you start to like look at the body. You're kind of just like grabbing them, like throwing them around, like kind of looking, undoing whatever. You undo like the actual like face coverings and kind of look underneath. You can see that they are very like tan,
Some of them are just like dark skinned, but for the most part, they're either like tanned or they are like dark skinned. They're not like very pale like most of you guys are. Like the sun isn't as prevalent, I guess. It seems to be more where they come from, based on your assumptions here. You can see that the clothing that they wear is very, very thin and light. Once you take off like kind of moving through the layers and like sifting through, you can see that most of what they're wearing is their clothing over what appears to be like fur clothing that they probably got elsewhere by other means. The fire that is over there too, you kind of like take a quick look. It's big. Like they don't have a tiny fire set up by any means. Like they're trying to like stay warm type of deal. And for you guys, it's basically just fall right now. On their actual like person, they don't really seem to be carrying a whole lot. They have a bit of gold and such on them. Nothing really like of worth.
What about the blades?
The blades that you're looking at, you've never seen anything crafted like it before. I'd say the closest thing would be like they kind of appear almost like big fillet or like hunting knives that you probably would have forged at one point or another for either like the fishing that goes on near the village or hunting, like carving. But the curve to it is much more drastic than anything you've ever like
Our blacksmith
forged
kind
before.
of sucks.
Would
I
he
think maybe we should
be-
take the blades.
Well, would he be able to tell if they're made with iron?
The iron appears to still be the material used for these blades for
Okay.
sure. The hilts are a little bit more eccentric, but they're not anything other than iron. They just have maybe like a little bit of a
Load the carts.
bronzing or something to them.
Is that card actually there?
Yes. This cart and
Does it have
everything kind of
glowing
around
stuff on
it looks like a bunch of mining supplies and crates and such.
Anything in the crates?
Rocks and metal.
Metal?
I think we return
It's not
stuff.
They didn't have anything like written
Yeah,
down
I think
or
we
no
return it.
parchments or anything.
And based on their appearance as well, they're kind
It'd
of
be one
like
thing if they
thin.
stole from like not Viking.
They look like they've been here for a little bit. Their clothing's kind of dirtied. You can see that they just don't belong by any means, and it almost looks like they were just surviving out here. They're not like well off out here. They don't have a ton of gold on them. You can see a couple of randomly crates and packs and stuff that are scattered around.
My best guess, how far from Gataland are we?
From here,
Yeah.
3 days. It takes you guys normally like 4 to get there, by foot.
We don't
It's
recognize
faster
anybody
to take
in
the
the
river, obviously.
car, right? The
wagon?
wagon.
Cage, I know what you mean. No, you haven't really met any of them. Get to that in 1 second. Sigrid, you're gonna just start at this tent here and kind of rifling through it.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot in there. It just looks like a bedroll and
Check that
some
backpack.
blankets. The blankets though that you
It's too
look
big.
at, they are they're like silky. They're not like the normal like kind of rough coarse stuff that you. So you kind of reach in and like
A robe
like,
out of
oh,
those.
it feels nice. It's kind of cool though. Like it doesn't keep like retain like heat very well.
Mm.
It stays like kind of like a cool temperature.
I'll take it and wrap it up.
Good for the sun.
Or,
So,
yeah.
there's a couple of bedrolls. You can see like a small pack that's kind of ripped open that has like rope and like a little tiny hammer in it, a little
We got a
hunting
gat in
knife.
there. I'm trying to see if it's from Gataland.
Cane for you as well, like looking over the bodies that are there, sifting through. Most, like I said, mostly what you're finding is gold and scimitars that are even of note or worth taking. There are men and women amongst the groups of people here as well. Figured you kind of get to tent 2 and start rifling through that. It's pretty much the same name of the game as the last tent.
What about
It's
that
kinda silk
backpack right
blanket.
there?
That backpack just seems to be like a travel pack. It's got some rations and stuff in it, like 8 days worth. So
Yoink
if
to
you
the
want to take
people.
that. bedroll, some more furs and stuff. You can see that a lot of these bags look like they were the miners.
Mm-hmm.
You get over to here, the 3 people inside. You can see the one. Got all the NPCs right here. That's alright if that pops up. Okay, so there are 3 people in there.
You guys all right in there? We're from Skalavik. We were sent here by Einar to come and rescue you.
Spirits, thank ya. You see, kind of jumping down, Dwarven. He has this kind of gray and black hair. You can see his beard itself, the way that it is, kind of comes down to like a braid, and then you can see like on the braid itself, there's like a, it looks just like a rock that's just kind of like weaved into the beard itself. He kind of reaches a hand out to like try to get down, and kind of takes yours and kind of steps down.
No? Pulls me over.
My name's Mir.
Here. Like M-I-R or M-U-R?
M-J-U-R.
Oh, gotcha.
This is Jocelyn.
You can see he helps down the woman that's inside of there. Not very attractive features, kind of elven woman, heavier set for an elf as well. She kind of gives a smile as she's being helped down. And then the person you can see who's like unconscious inside.
Is that person all right?
Hope so. Got a pretty good beating when we were here.
Do you mind if I check on him?
Please do.
Well, I guess I'll hop up and just try to check for vital signs and see how they're doing.
Very, very heavily bruised up. Very, very tiny framed human. Very kind of younger. You can see his hair is kind of black shoulder length. It's really curly. He has very little kind of facial hair. It's like very wiry, but he's still got these tiny little like pebbles that he's like tied into them. He seems to be okay though. He's just kind of really, really badly beaten up.
Well, Voltash can probably help out better than I can. He doesn't seem to have any wounds aside from the bruising. Do you want me to wake him up?
Maybe best we let him rest for now.
Okay.
He's like, I got this stuff.
Alright, well,
Sweaty
Brodir,
balls.
can you get him out of here so he's not in the cage anymore?
I'll give him all the cage.
You kind of have to reach in and like
Yeah, I could kind of
drag
scoot
him
him
a
over
little
to the
bit, and then
edge.
you just kind of grab by the back of like the shirt and pull him a little more.
Gentle.
Grab him.
Just fucking throw him.
He went further than the other guy.
Said I know
The
sent you.
windmill from. Yeah, he.
Where are you from?
Skalavik. Our Jarl wanted us to find these bandits, and
I'm not even sure who these people are.
I don't know either. They're strange.
Couldn't understand the word they were saying either.
Yeah, has Voltash like unwolfed and made his way over?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess he probably mentioned the thing about Amidalin, but like that he didn't really get much more info than that. You guys ever heard of that term before?
Never.
Ew. Well, I guess we don't know if there are more of them, guys. Do we stay here or do we move on?
I didn't see any more of them. This is all we dealt with.
These people seem like they were just barely surviving.
Do you think maybe they were explorers coming from somewhere else?
Probably. I mean,
Like they're very,
all this gear that they have.
very strange. Haven't seen a lot of this type of clothing or weapons.
You should see these blankets they have. They're so soft.
Is there any extra ones of those?
There's one I got a couple.
Oh, make my soul full. Bathing room.
You, Sigrid, you say that as you kind of walk to here.
Yeah.
Once you do that, you hear a rustle on the inside of this tent. Kind of draw a bow, kind of peeking in. As you're peeking in, you can see movement on the inside of the tent. Peeking in.
To move.
As you're like kind of looking in more and more, kind of getting more of a picture of what's on the inside, you can see like a little stack of like 2 pieces of fur, and then like tucked into the corner of it in the dark tent, you can see a small shape of something or someone. You watch the tent on the back like kind of open up, and starts crawling out the back, like side of the tent here.
Hey, back of the tent. Someone go get it. I don't know.
I'll go to the
Hey,
back of the
stop!
You kind of, you can see crawl like it kind of starts
fucking.
whatever this form is. You can see on all fours, like crawls out of the back of the tent, like goes to stand up, and you just kind of like reach and grab and like pull back, and you can see like kind of like shaking and very timid, very kind of dark skin. Has like a little bit of like a face wrap on. There's like a head wrap at the top. Small arms kind of shaking. Appears to be like a child of whoever these people are, just kind of like looking frantically
I just walk
around.
back around the tent, like holding.
Just kind of like looking, not really talking.
Leave him. We don't want to kill him. I think we can get more information out of this kid. About where they came from and what they were
I'll
doing.
reach up to my necklace, close my eyes, and squeeze one of the runes. And, guess comprehend languages.
Oh, cool.
I was gonna be like, I cast fireball.
Kills me.
None of them survive.
Was the unconscious one in the cart a dwarf as well?
Human.
Human. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a dwarf, a human, and an elf.
What's the human and an elf walk into a
Where are you from, young one?
Just kind of looking and kind of looks over. Just looks scared. You definitely
He's-
tell he's understanding what you're saying, though.
He's kind of just holding him.
You can drop him, bro, dear.
I'm trying to run.
Kind of sets him down, and he like kind of plump smacks him on the ground, and then like retreats and puts his like legs up as he's backing up against like a rock.
Hey.
I'm gonna like kind of slowly walk over to him and get down on a knee in front of him. What is your name?
What's your name, goddammit? You. Yert.
You're.
Young yurt.
You wear different clothes. You are not from here. How far have you traveled?
See if they came by boat.
Do you know where from? What direction? What was everyone doing here? Kind of just turn around and look towards the dead bodies.
Well, it's not like he's going anywhere. We can, I guess we don't really have a lock for that cage anymore. But he doesn't seem very receptive.
Yeah, he's just a kid. He's scared.
We'll try again tomorrow. But that still begs the question, are we staying here or are we traveling elsewhere? It's pretty late already.
We don't need to go to Gadalon, do we? I found a problem.
No, I don't think so. We should probably see these fine folks, at least on their way, but they may want to rest here for the night. So maybe we stay with them.
Well, while this is going on, I'm putting those crates that were like next to the cart into the cart.
Good call.
Is it? I thought there was there not another horse?
There's
Okay.
2 on the wagon with the cage on it, and then there's 1
By the cart,
By the cart. Muir is kind of walking over with you, Brodir, and begins doing the same. Greatly appreciate all this, gentlemen. We'll be sure to return to Gatland, and the Jarl will know your good deeds.
What's the Jarl's name?
Gornland?
Gornland.
Gornland, I believe. Or no, so Gorndal. Gorndal. That's my freaking dyslexia kicking in there.
That's cool.
And then the people of Gatland are referred to as the Rockbeards.
Alright.
Let's camp here and take this kid back to
Yeah, I think so.
Skalavik with us. Okay. Do not let them go though.
No, we can watch
Alright.
them. Probably just you just bend the metal on that lock to close it back up. Put them in the.
How far off the ground is the cage?
It's like probably about this high.
Okay, never mind. I was just gonna put them in there and then lean back on it, but
Well, what if you just tipped it all the way, all the way back?
Drop them into the top of it.
Not like bars of metal just laying around.
is
No.
is the cage just on the wagon or is it attached?
It's part of it.
Okay.
Also, make an investigation check
There's a rope.
for
We can
me.
just tie his hands up and take watch.
13. You can see that this like cage type of wagon, even though it's all like it looks like it is one thing, it looks like it's definitely something that would be put together. You can see also, like looking at the wheels themselves, there's almost like this line on them that you've seen similar before, like in metal or wood or whatever, stuff that gets like washed up by your guys' river. It's almost like a water line, like on the wheels themselves. They're all like different now because the wheels have turned, but it looks like at one point or another there was like water that was, you know, up to a certain point on those, and you can see some rusting and things going on, and like that was like constructed and put together in pieces, basically, just for information.
Could we take the cage off of it
Mm-hmm.
easily, or
King could probably figure it out, get it done within like an hour.
I think for the night I'm just gonna put him in there and cut some piece of rope off and tie it around his wrist and tie it to the bar.
Okay.
We can also, take watch and just keep an eye on him. I think he's
Well,
too scared to go anywhere.
If I don't think tying a kid up is going to help him talk at all.
What should we do?
I don't know. I don't think sticking him in a cold cage at night is going to help gain any trust with this kid for him to tell us anything.
No, we don't need to talk. We don't need information from him now. We should either make sure he doesn't go anywhere so we can take it back.
We can worry about that back at the village.
Does comprehend languages only like? Does it allow him to understand like just you, or is it just your language? Do you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to figure out how exactly.
I think he's
Okay.
basically speaking
Yeah.
the person's language.
Gosh. Okay. was kind of assuming that's how it went, but I just had to make
I
sure.
could be wrong, but I think that's generally how it works.
Alright. They are electing to stay basically and rest.
I think we all are.
I think that's the plan because it's already late into the night.
We would have brought like blankets and stuff, right?
Yeah, and travel stuff. Yeah.
I'll probably
Bundle and all that.
throw the blanket in the cage with the kid.
You can see him kind of like sitting in the cage. His hands like are tied, but it's not like.
Well,
I just have one arm.
It's like, oh, one arm.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
one wrist tied to
Gotcha.
it.
So he just like can't like.
It's like tied it tight, like I
Gotcha.
can't just fucking slide
Can
his
you
tiny
scoot
little
back
wrist out
closer
of
to
it.
the
Or,
fire so he's not.
You see him reach and like grab the blanket. You can see his arms like kind of shaking. He just like kind of pulls it up.
Can I have the horses walk the wagon towards the? Or are they like? Horses are like, just sitting there, right?
Yeah, they're chill.
Can I just have the horses bring the wagon a little closer?
To the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
he's
fine.
not
I
so
can't
cool.
grab this whole wagon. But
That's fine.
Move the wagon, dude. It'll take me a while.
It's not there.
Did you construct the wagon in pieces too?
I did.
Well, I could stay up and keep watch if you guys want to get some rest.
I only need a few hours a night, so
Okay. Well,
give me 4 hours or so. Wake me up.
Broder's already passed out.
Alright, so everybody's resting. One person staying up, or
Mhm.
who's staying up?
He's first shift. I'm second shift.
As you're kind of sitting by the fire, looking around, listening to the sounds of the night, you can see Muir is still up as well. Kind of sitting by the fire with
how,
you.
how long were you in there?
See no more than a day.
A day?
Wasn't very long.
Not as long as I thought.
I thought it was well though.
No, but he's recovering.
Alive at least.
He's
Good.
doing a lot better than when we found him.
I truly thought he perished.
I admire his resolve to make it all the way to Skalavik. It was not an easy task. Did you guys have any luck on your mission to locate new mines?
No, not really. Probably gonna have to travel more north near Fjallheim. I've kind of just been avoiding it right now.
I hear scary stories about Fjallheim.
It isn't all they are. It isn't just stories.
I believe it.
There is truth to it. Dragons definitely still roost there. And although they aren't all evil or whatever you'd say, they're still scary sons of bitches.
Well, may we never run into them. And may the spirits protect us.
Aye.
Did they starve you? You guys need some food?
We're alright for now. Whatever we have in our packs, I'm sure we'll do.
Yeah. Oh,
It's been a long time since I've actually seen a bone cloak.
yeah, we
Probably only know, other than your Jarl, Torben.
Well, I'm Steiner. That big guy over there. I just had a brain fart, man. Bro dear. That's Bro dear. Voktash. Sigrid. And Kane. We were sent here to take care of these individuals, but finding you guys was a nice surprise.
Not really sure what their plan was with us or where they came from, but sure are grateful.
I think maybe they came from the sea. But I don't know. If they came cliffside, I'm guessing their boat sank.
That's a good observation, I would guess.
Because they're struggling and freezing to survive. Not that it's an excuse for capturing you guys, but
There have been many boats over the years I've seen that get beat up in that fjord over there, in Dakeros Fjord, just west of Fjellheim, where the waterfall is. It's not possible really for any boats to come through there. Although the river connects to it, and you can take the bracket down, it's just, your chances of making it through aren't great.
sounds
It's
like
basically a ship graveyard. Very well could have been what happened to them, but they survived the wreck and made their way out.
not that I would want to see any ships sink, but that sounds really interesting to visit.
Never been?
Nope. This is, I think, as far north as I've been. Well, I guess I've been to Gatland a few times for herbs, but I haven't been to this part of the forest for sure.
It's definitely a sight to see. Waterfall is definitely something of the spirits. There's something primal about it and powerful.
That I can understand.
Well, a pleasure, Steiner. I'm going to get some sleep.
All right. Sleep well.
Alright.
They don't have any wounds or anything, do they?
Anyway,
Jocelyn or Muir, they don't have any wounds or anything?
no, they seem fine.
Okay. Alright, I'll stay up. I'm going to say a prayer to the spirits. And I'm going to step away like 20 feet from the fire and recast mage armor with extended spell again.
Okay.
You want me to roll?
Yes.
Okay. 17. 1, 2, 3, or 4 now.
Now,
And
does it reset on a long rest, or is it just...
I don't think so.
Building.
It just extends spells.
no, for the wild magic.
Oh, that's up to you. I would think it just keeps going until
Okay, I
I.
was gonna say I'm in the same thought process there, so
Yeah.
as long as we're both
Just
on the
fills
same
up
page.
your glass until you
Yep.
tip over.
Yeah. And then I'll just keep watch, and eventually I will wake up Sigrid.
He kind of gets up on his own eventually after being rested enough. You can definitely feel yourself like trailing off and getting sleepy, and he kind of walks over and taps you and lets you know.
I was awake.
Go grab some sleep.
Thanks, I need it.
Alright. With that, you guys find rest to wake up the next day. And so essentially what you gathered from the camp here, 80 gold, the scimitars, however many you would want, up to 6.
Just gonna write it down so you have it.
3 different silk blankets.
Are we just gonna take all the scimitars?
I was just gonna take one with me.
One? Okay.
If anyone else wants them, they can grab them.
I'm gonna grab one too.
Just gonna strap it to my bag.
And a kid.
Yep. He's part of the
I will add the kid to my backpack.
Yeah. Get in.
Alright. With that though, we will end session 1. And we will pick it up next time. I'm planning on us playing next week, so we'll play next week if that's good with everybody.
Yeah.
Earlier rather than later, just because
Works for me.
of work and everything. So